At this time, I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Hall.
Present.
Solis.
Present.
Segura.
Here.
Pike.
Here.
Tarantino.
Here.
Janney. Here. Angelinen.
Here.
Okay, at this time, I'd like everybody to stand. We'll have a moment of silence, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Janney.
Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the new year. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues: student expulsion, suspension, expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918, students identified by ID numbers. Item number 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reclassification, reassignment, resignation, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of the Government Code Section 54956.9. Conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8. Conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Tarantino, seconded by Pike, to accept the administrative hearings panel's recommendation to approve the expulsion of one student. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to accept the administrative hearings panel recommendation to approve the expulsion of one student. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to accept the administrative hearings panel recommendation to approve the reinstatement of one student. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to accept the administrative hearings panel's recommendation to approve the reinstatement of one student. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to accept the administrative hearings panel's recommendation to approve the reinstatement of one student. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Hall, seconded by Segura, to approve the supplemental early retirement incentive plan agreement between the district and SEA, CSEA, SCGA, and NAGA. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to approve the adult education reorganization agreement between the district and the CSEA. With a vote of Hall yes, Pike yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the January 28th regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Can we have a vote?
Hall.
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Segura.
Yes.
Pike.
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Because of the extended agenda that we have tonight, we're going to be limiting everybody on time to 3 minutes. So I'd appreciate it if you come up and say whatever you need to say, and then after 3 minutes, sit down. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Tonight, we're having a presentation from Mar Vista High School students on Raquel's Challenge Club. The board is pleased to introduce Savannah Sturgis, Assistant Principal at Mar Vista High School, who will begin the presentation to the board. Come on up.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to present to you information on Rachel's Challenge. It's a club that we have at Mar Vista High School that we're very proud of and has a huge impact on our campus. I'd like to introduce Natalia, Zainab, Gabriel, Sophia, and Miss Diana Tellez, our teacher and advisor, to share a little bit more with you about the program and how it's impacted our school and our students.
Hello, good evening all. My name is Diana Deyes, and I'm a world history teacher, and I'm also the advisor for Rachel's Challenge Club. And Rachel's Challenge is a club where we respect all of our students, where we integrate everybody regardless of their belief systems, of who they are. It's a place of acceptance. And so to tell you a little bit more about our club, I have our group of, we have our two presidents here, Natalia, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about our club and what it is that we do on our campus.
Hi, my name is Natalia. I'm the president of the club. I guess I should start with what we do in the club. We like to do activities inside and outside the classroom. We usually do activities like putting post-it notes in a poster outside so everyone in the school can write nice messages so we can read them and so people would feel better. We also had this activity where they put the handprint with paint in the poster so people would leave a mark on the school without necessarily putting it on the walls. We also had a talent show last year, which was, in my opinion, a big success. We all enjoyed it. It was really nice. People had the chance to show their talents. Their parents came. Everyone came. And yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I'm Zainab Abasam, and Rachel's Challenge is the club that is always giving. This club helps students whether they have great social skills or not. We offer so many opportunities to our students where we help them get out of their comfort zone and have social interactions with one another in ways that are positive and promote kindness. And that way we can bring a better and more friendlier environment to our schools. When we try to stop bullying, we encourage people to be kinder. And an example is I always find people who are new to the school or are exchange students, and we bring them over to Rachel's Challenge to get to know the school, to feel comfortable and where they are. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Mendoza. I'd like to add on to that as well. I feel like this program has done amazing things to move students forward. I had recently joined after learning great and wonderful things. It's amazing to see that a program like this can thrive amazingly and see that several students are so passionate and yet so consistently able to push themselves forward and see themselves as better as a person and yet still contribute to their school, their academic life. I truly believe that this program offers and allows a student to express themselves like they've never really have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have an update from our superintendent, Dr. Janney.
Thank you, President Pike. Ms. Facedo, could you go ahead and put that up, please? Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the first board meeting of the 2019 year. Normally, I begin my communication around students and staff recognition and end with my actual thoughts that I want you to think about. Well, tonight, I'm going to reverse that order. So please hang in there with me. This is probably going to take a little longer than usual. I'm going to start with this timeline, but before I start there, I just want to say that this board up here and the district leadership has deliberately worked for the past 3.5 years to be transparent and inclusive. We, and I'm calling us the Sweetwater Collective, and that includes our Board of Trustees, Cabinet, management, labor partners, students, families, and the community, have accomplished many positive outcomes for the district, and we are proud of that. And ever since Sweetwater reported the problems with our 2017-18 unaudited actuals to the San Diego County Office of Education back in September, we have been in the public's eye regarding our fiscal health and solvency. And from the onset, we have taken this responsibility very seriously, and we acknowledge our accountability for the past, for the current, and future actions. And in order to share what we're doing to ensure a balanced budget going forward with true and accurate numbers, I just kind of want to take us back a little bit about what's happened so far. So you can see on the timelines that in September, we had discussions with SDCOE when we brought it to their attention that there were some problems with our unaudited actuals. We actually took the unaudited actuals to the board on the 24th. We then were given a disapproved budget by the County Office of Education. where we had 2 weeks to revise that budget during the time that we were on break, in fact. And with that shortened timeline and in collaboration with our labor partners, we did an incredible thing. We were able to submit a balanced budget at our October 18th meeting. That, in and of itself, was an incredible accomplishment in such a short time. Not only with the size of our district, but with the size of our budget. Staff came in during the fall break to meet and submit budget solutions. We asked for input from staff and community in a Google form on our district website. Sweetwater really pulled together to address this challenge. And then you can see that we had some visits during October. We had the external auditors in, we had the FICMAT people in. And during October and November, in preparation for the first interim budget report in December, we continued to confer with our stakeholder groups, negotiating agreements with labor partners and getting approval to move forward with an early retirement incentive as part of our budget solutions. Our belief is that we would rather reduce staffing through incentives versus layoffs. Then December 10th, you can see we got to our first interim financials. The annual audit and the first interim budget reports were presented to the Board of Trustees and the public. The audit findings included some negative adjustments to the 2017 budget due to declining enrollment, lowered average daily attendance, and lowered unduplicated student percentage revenue. Therefore, the first interim report stated a shortfall of approximately $10 million to the current 2018-19 budget. And although this year's budget was balanced as of October 8th, that October 8th board meeting, and based upon the information presented at that time, or at the December meeting, this new finding put us back into a negative status. So that note being that we now had a $10 million shortfall, and that's an actual number and not a projection. So that happened in December. So the first interim report, budget report, also projects our budget in future years based upon the best information we had at that point in time. The projection for the 19-20 budget, next year's budget, is a negative $42 million. You will hear Dr. Salkeld make a presentation tonight on the governor's budget proposal for the 2019-20 school year. In his proposal, he raises the cost of living adjustment, and he recommends a state contribution to the state teachers' retirement system. And for Sweetwater, that means his proposal increases revenues by $5.1 million, which now then decreases next year's deficit from $42.4 to $37.3 million. So just to put it in perspective, the $37.3 million projection, that deficit projection for 2019-20, is 7.7% of our total budget. Just to keep that in perspective. That also includes, that $37.3 million includes the current year's $10 million shortfall. It includes the $9 million to restore the 2% economic uncertainty reserves, that requirement, and a remaining $18 million deficit. I say that because I want you to remember that those projections are based upon what was known on December 10th and now includes the updated governor's proposal. We know we have work to do and decisions to make as we move forward to balance the 19-20 budget. But every day since we reported the problems with our 2017-18 budget to SDCOE, the Sweetwater staff has been making daily progress. The main reason we have been making progress is that we believe we generate better solutions when we include all stakeholders. So what makes Sweetwater different in the state of California, who are from other organizations in the state of California who are experiencing similar fiscal distress, is that we place a high value on input, on collaboration, on honest, transparent information sharing with our labor partners and all Sweetwater stakeholders, including students and community. In fact, I was just meeting with Brenna and the ASB presidents last week, and we plan to continue those conversations to update them and get their input. We know we are unique in that respect, and we attribute all of our progress to that partnership. We're also committed to making progress, and we continue to make adjustments and corrections in our practices and structures based upon the recommendations from our external annual audit, FCMAT recommendations, and school services reports. And here's what we've done so far. The board approved the supplemental early retirement incentive on December 17th. The cost savings projected for December retirees exceeded our expectations. According to the PAR's presentation in December, the original expected savings was a cumulative from all groups, classified, certificated, and management, was $1.4 million. The revised expected savings, because we've had more staff retire or resign in December than we expected, is $3.3 million. So that's an increase of a little over $2 million. Any additional savings or the difference between the original and the revised savings contributes positively to our current 18, $19, $10 million shortfall. So whatever extra savings we get based upon the retirees or resignations in December will reduce that $10 million shortfall for this year, and that's important to remember. Any reductions to our current shortfall also reduces next year's deficit. So whatever we save in this year for that $10 million also saves it in years going forward. So SDCOE and the fiscal advisor recommended we extend the SERP. We agree. And so eligible employees have been notified, and the SERP is now open through February 28th, 2019. Any additional staff who submit their paperwork for the SERP, this will also result in potential additional savings. Now, because we had a slight decline in enrollment between July, the start of school, and December, the first interim report, of about 127 students, we were required to make some adjustments in staffing at school sites for second semester. And to fully benefit from employees retiring or resigning in December, we asked school sites and district departments to analyze how we can really right-size ourselves as a district. We want to thank SEA for agreeing to meet and signing a side letter that allowed some flexibility with 1/6 teaching assignments. Principals and faculty across the district collaborated on how to absorb some of those teaching sections from retirees with our current staff. We had approximately 78 7th through 12th grade teachers who retired or left in December. Through reassigning our teachers, our teacher resource periods, and consolidating classes due to the lower enrollment, we were able to absorb over 30 of those teachers' assignments across our 26 school sites with our current teachers. Our expectation of a worst-case scenario did not actualize. That success is a direct result of staff working together. And I want to thank you, staff, teachers, counselors, all the staff at each of the school sites in the district office that picked up an extra teaching period or agreed to teach a different class to make this work. Without your support, this would not have been possible. And we are still calculating the cost savings of this budget solution around the SERP with the intent to include it in our second interim budget report in March. I also want to say, and it's not any news to most of the people in this audience, but the FCMAT, the school services, the annual audit, and current audit reports are citing weaknesses in our position control and lack of integration of our true course finance system. We know that there's a lack of integration with true course, HR, and payroll. So true course is antiquated. We know it's about 20 years old. That means that there are practices and structures and systems that need to be relearned by staff and developed as well. You'll notice that there's an agenda item tonight that asks the board to approve a new job description. It's called a Budget Position Control Analyst. We appreciate CSEA for meeting with us to jointly discuss that new position, and the intent here is that to include this person as the hub for district-wide position control. In addition, and in the meantime, Dr. Salkeld has established an internal position control committee that includes the CFO, the assistant sup of HR, both directors of HR, certificated and classified, our director of labor relations, and our director of special services. The objective of this committee is to create a comprehensive and strategic process to deliver a much more efficient alignment of our financial resources and personnel, with the intent to share that information with not only our labor leaders and partners, but our stakeholders. And as we move forward, this position control will be a much needed practice or process that monitors staffing by reviewing all proposals to temporarily or permanently fill a new position, refill an existing position, offer a stipend, or even request an hourly position. Right now, because our HR, our payroll, and our finance systems are not integrated, this is being done in a manual way it's more labor intensive, but it's helping us to ensure that we have checks and balances in place. Dr. Salkeld and the finance team have also been meeting with school sites, the school site principal, the school secretary, to reconcile staffing and discretionary budgets. The same process is being used with our district departments. I guarantee you that this has been an eye-opening experience for all staff involved. I'll also tell you that staff are open to and they appreciate this opportunity to learn and improve what and how we work with our budgets going forward. And we're implementing this new process to establish a common understanding and common uniform practices at each school site and district department going forward. That's part of the plan. Our next goal in that whole process is to bring a request forward to the Board of Trustees to implement a new finance system. Currently, our HR is using what's called Infor Global HR. We have been listening and learning about the Infor's financial module for over a year now. The current finance team attended a final presentation by Infor in December, and they believe, and we believe in collaboration with IT, that this is the best system for our needs and will accomplish the goal of integration, not only with HR, but also integration with PeopleSoft, which is the payroll system that SDCOE requires all districts in the county to use. So in order to reach the goal of a balanced budget, because that is our goal, for 1920, we will continue the collaboration with our labor partners, certificated, classified, and management, with updates to our employees, to our students, our parents, and the communities we serve. And here's the process of how we're going to do that. The Board of Trustees held a budget workshop on January 14th, earlier this month, to begin developing their priorities and guide us in determining budget solutions. Their next workshop is a week from tonight, right here, on February 4th. And then to help us all prioritize services in the 1920 school year, district leadership, in collaboration with school sites, will host a community meeting in each of the 5 trustee areas in late February and early March to seek input not only on the LCAP goals, but the LCAP goals and its alignment with the budget process. So these meetings are similar to the meetings we held 3 years ago, or about 3.5 years ago, when the fairly new board, but definitely new district leadership began, and where students, staff, administrators, and community members attended. Hang in there, I'm almost done. Since districts up and down the state spend the majority of their budgets on personnel, Sweetwater is no different. We will have conversations with our labor partners and seek input on their ideas before making recommendations to the board. But one area of cost savings we already know, and it's an area that makes sense to review, is looking at district office management reductions and a reorganization that will produce a savings of at least approximately $2 million for next year, which is at this point in time a 20 to 25% reduction in positions at the district office for management. Some of those savings come as a result of management employees taking the early retirement, so that will like I said earlier, reduce the current year shortfall, and other savings will be the result of the reorganization based not only on retirements, but based upon the board's priorities that will contribute to reducing next year's deficit as well. I am confident that we, our Sweetwater Collective, will bring equitable budget solutions to the board for a balanced budget in 1920 and future years. So you've heard me say collaboration a number of times. I hope you realize that that's what this board and the district leadership and the district partners have demonstrated over the past 3.5 years, and we will continue to be collaborative. We welcome input from outside expertise, and we continue to seek any positive assistance we can get while maintaining our focus on being collaborative. My highest priority today and every day is to advocate on what's best for the Sweetwater Union High School District. Our needs, whatever it takes. That's student needs, that's staff needs, that's family needs. So while all of the efforts to establish fiscal stability in our district are certainly our focus, I want to assure you that excellent teaching and learning happens every single day due to the commitment and dedication of certificated, classified, and management staff, both in curricular and extracurricular activities and events. Students are learning from their teachers, their counselors, their librarians, their nurses, as well as office staff, custodians, bus drivers, paraprofessionals, cafeteria workers, coaches, you name it. They learn from every adult they come in contact with. But I want to give you some examples. Last weekend, not this past weekend, but a weekend ago, the robotics program is alive and well. The middle school and high school champions were decided at Montgomery High School. The results are in. High school champions are San Ysidro High School Team 8301D and 8301E with their coach, Carrie Northram. The High School Excellence Award went to the Otay Ranch Team 507A with their coaches, Chad Pearson and Shay Navarez. And middle school champions are Eastlake Middle School Team 6517A with their coach, Candace Naboli, and Nashville City Middle School Team 39706A with their coaches, Alejandra Mondragon Zoomstein and Teresa Waka. There's also a Middle School Excellence Award with Rancho Del Rey Team 6446B with their coach, Kirk Brado, as well as they also won the Design Award, Rancho Del Rey Middle School Team 6446A. All these teams qualify for the state championships, which, by the way, due to the advocacy of one of our teachers in our district by the name of Joe Amparo at Montgomery High School, he convinced the national organization of robotics, at least at the state level, to host one of the 5 state champions right here in our district. And the reason why that happened is because we have a well-established program in our district for robotics, for Bex Robotics. We put a lot of support, and our teachers and the students are so excited about what's been going on that in the first 2 weeks in March at the Montgomery High School gym, the state champions will occur. And so I'm encouraging everyone to attend. Special thanks again to Joe Amparo for his efforts to bring that state championships to our district. But I'm not done. Because 2 weekends ago, again, in the UT, there was an article that highlighted 9 Sweetwater students who were selected to participate in the Young Artists in Harmony. Hopefully you saw it. It was on, I think, the 3rd page. But 9 of our students were part of a music lab. It's called Composers of Tomorrow. And they were a part of this music lab where our music students were individually mentored by professional Art of Elan musicians with the outcome of creating their own music compositions. And so last Wednesday, Trustee Tarantino, almost forgot your name, and I went to watch our students. They didn't perform them, but they wrote these compositions, and musicians from the San Diego Symphony performed their compositions at the Art Institute in San Diego at Balboa Park, and it was just amazing. And so I just want to mention who they were, or who they are. It was truly an amazing night. And if you want to know and listen to their compositions, let me know. I'll email you the link, and you can hear it. So student composers are Anastasia Salas from from Olympian High School, Rika Dionisio from Olympian High School, J. Duan Davis from Mar Vista High, Jada Jimenez from Rancho Del Rey, Jacob Herrera from Mar Vista High, Aiden and Mia Fimbres from Bonita High and Bonita Middle, a brother-sister team, and Julian Toe from, or Two, I don't know if it's Two or Toe, from Bonita Vista Middle, and JD Leva from Bonita Vista High. It was truly an amazing night to listen to their compositions. Also, since we're bragging about what's going on in Sweetwater, in the January-February Leadership magazine, the title of this theme for this month is called Teacher Shortage. And the very first article in the magazine is an article entitled One District Addresses the Teacher Shortage by our very own Dr. Tom Glover. He highlighted our RISE program, where we guarantee employment for compact scholars who successfully complete the teacher education credentialing program at San Diego State in math, science, or special education. And then what we do is we guarantee employment of those students back in our district. And we're proud of him for putting Sweetwater in a positive spotlight. And we're proud of Southwest High's Stephanie Balvaneda, who was our first RISE teacher hired last year. Two more things. Next week, the 2019 Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools National Conference is taking place in San Diego. And we are opening our doors for conference attendees and local education leaders to come get a firsthand experience of what we're doing in our district, of the socially inclusive activities that we offer in Sweetwater, the Unified Games. We are a Unified Champion District, the first one in Southern California. There's approximately 500 people who are attending the conference, and over another 100 who are just locally coming to look to see what Sweetwater's doing in this area of Unified Games. So we're proud of that. Also on our agenda tonight is a resolution designating January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. If you don't know, almost 80% of local victims are recruited from the San Diego County middle and high schools in our area. There are at least 3,500 human trafficking victims in San Diego County, and the average age is 16. Sweetwater is one of 7 districts in San Diego County that are implementing curriculum and training staff in collaboration with the San Diego District Attorney's Office and other agencies in supporting a collective approach to address system-wide practices to safeguard our youth. We support the fight to end human trafficking and condemn the ongoing exploitation and profit from sex trafficking with children. So please help and join our effort. One more thing, I want to let you know that one of our teachers informed me that the Great Kindness Challenge event starts today. So it's all about empowering our students and adults to creating a culture of kindness by completing as many acts of kindness as you can. And you can find ideas at a link. It's called, if you just look up the Great Challenge Kindness, or the Great Kindness Challenge, you'll find this list of things, of ways you can demonstrate kindness, because kindness does matter. If you go to when you look at my message on the district website and the email, you can just click on the link. I want to thank you for your patience in listening to my message tonight. One last thing, I want to share that our communications office, can you pull that up, has been creating promotional videos about our schools and programs for at least the last 6 months, maybe more. And I want to show you a 2-minute promotional video on Chula Vista High School. So let's take about 2 minutes to watch this promotion video. Thank you. I'm not quite done though.
There's so much spirit and tradition here at Chula Vista High School from the days when I came to the school, our assemblies were like no others. It's that pride of being part of this school and learning and connecting and trying creative new things.
Everybody's friendly here, everybody's nice. You spend a lot of time after school, and it never feels like, oh, I want to go home. Like, it's always like, oh, this is fun. Like, I'm looking forward to coming back tomorrow.
My favorite part is performing with a lot of my friends. It's always a good time. My family plays a lot of instruments, and so I thought it'd be really cool to play guitar with my dad. We have a great ACPA program.
Buffering.
What does that mean? Oh. Where's the handlebar mustache guy? I said, where's the handlebar mustache guy? He's just in charge of that. He did. Everything was running smooth.
Where there's a variety of electives that you can do, from dance to guitar or even orchestra.
When I grow up, I can say I want to be a musician. I've been taking classes with Mr. Bruder since my 7th grade years, and he really helped me develop as a better musician. This class is one of my favorites to come into the day. It's one of the classes where I know I can relax and just like smile and have fun with what I'm doing.
I want them to learn, but I also want them to connect to nature. I want them to care about the environment. I want them to be healthy. I felt that as a teacher, I want to offer the kind of environment that I would want my own children to have.
I came to the school because of this program and because I really wanted to be a part of this dance experience. I really love that dance challenges you, but it's also a way to express, and it's also beautiful. So I feel physically, emotionally, mentally challenged every single day, and I love that.
Education just doesn't come from school, it comes from your family. It's the way you are with other human beings.
It's important to take care of the environment for our future generations. I've always been interested in all of this. My grandma, she had a garden, so I would always play in her garden.
It's important to come to school every day because there's so much opportunity and it's being handed to you. Why would you not take advantage of that? I really care about people and getting to know people and getting to know their past and helping them heal, because we all come with baggage to some extent, and I like being an ear to people that need to be heard.
We need more compassion and kindness and understanding of people that are different than we are. And I think by having courses like this where students of all backgrounds interact together is incredibly valuable.
Each heart and each mind matters.
Do the right thing. Home of champions.
So in closing, let me just say that Sweetwater Union High School District will get through this. As we continue to address the current year's shortfall and next year's deficit, I am confident we have the right team, a team with the skills and expertise needed to get us through this fiscal distress and challenge. And yes, Sweetwater will do this. Hashtag Sweetwater Strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Janning. Next, we'll have a report from our student board representative, Brenda P.
Hi everyone. I hope you all had a very restful holiday season. I know students definitely needed it. Last board meeting I briefly mentioned that I would be meeting with the maintenance department kind of towards the end of winter break. So we had that opportunity, and it was a really great opportunity to see what goes on in the background of education, to see what's behind the scenes in maintaining our schools. It was definitely useful to see how the work order system is managed, and it definitely helped myself and all of the other ASB presidents there just better understand how projects are prioritized in our district and how the district goes about maintaining our campuses to their best ability. One thing I wasn't aware of was that there are 2 facility-focused and preventative maintenance meetings each year with each school site, where they assess and evaluate each campus and kind of discuss their needs. I think this is great. And I thought that it could be even better if these meetings are used as an opportunity to bridge that gap between students and the maintenance department. Even involving 2 students in this process would definitely be beneficial, because who knows the classrooms and the campuses better than the students themselves. So I found this meeting very informing, and for me it only makes sense that more students should be able to understand how to best get involved in maintaining our campuses. Last President's Council meeting, we actually had 2 visitors. Just like Dr. Jenny stated, she was there to update and answer any questions that the students had about our current budget, because there definitely is some questions and some concerns. So the ASB presidents were definitely allowed time to ask Dr. Jenny any questions that they had. And Dr. Fulcher was able to make it to our last meeting to discuss briefly the district's future work regarding suicide prevention. The district prioritizing this issue is definitely appreciated, and I've mentioned this in a previous board meeting. And as Dr. Fulcher stated with us, one suicide is too many. So the ASB presidents and I are working on contributing to this effort by offering the district some opinions from the student perspective on really what we need and what definitely the students that are struggling need. So I hope that in the work to come alongside students and parents and teachers, because I don't think that this issue really can be confronted necessarily from outside perspective. This is internal, and this is us. So hopefully we can all work on not just preventing suicide, but hopefully aiming towards just simply striving to make students happier every day. So I look forward to hopefully a better future with the leadership of this district. So thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. And now we'll have a report from the CBOC. Mr. Manovich, are you ready with your video?
Yeah, she's got it up there.
Good. Happy New Year.
Good. Is it too late for Happy New Year?
It's never too late.
Anyway, I don't know if she has a...
Oh, she's fantastic. She'll have it up in just a second.
Okay, hopefully, I'll look at that. Anyway, good evening, members of the board, or President Pike, members of the board, Superintendent Janney. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting regarding the Bond Oversight Committee report, unlike last meeting. A couple of issues I wanted to go over here. So how's the committee going? Well, what's the mood like? Well, we had a greater attendance by the public at the last meeting. The CBOC members are all engaged at the meeting, and there's not a lot of daydreaming going on, so that all the members are actively involved. They're so interested, it's a challenge to keep the meeting at 2 hours. But one thing I wanted to let you know right off the bat, I asked the question about 2/3 of the way through the meeting, am I being too much? Am I being too aggressive, or am I being too out there? And I didn't get you need to ramp it down. So when I speak, I want you to know that I represent the entire committee. Even though we have different personalities and views, they're empowering me to represent the collective opinion of the committee. And I really view myself as an employee of the committee in a sense. I also attended, but just observed, because I participated in the community forum that was held during the week. I should have head way in the back, but noticed I was on the video. But I attended the meeting and just observed. It's a very organized group. Finally, I tried to be fair, and I appreciate any comments back on the information I present you. At the next slide, please. What we're doing, and I'll try to make this as quick as possible. The agenda issues where the bylaws, how we operate, we're going to relook at that. We looked at Fund 40, which is related, but not a bond fund, but some of the bond-related lawsuit settlement goes into that. We looked at that. We also reviewed a public records request that Matty Adotto, a response received back regarding that, and I'll talk about that in a bit. We talked about the project labor coordinator position and the local employment figures we got. What role we'd have on issuing new debt, the CBOC, and just the overall concerns about transparency and information. So next slide. Transparency issues. I respectfully disagree with some of the comments Superintendent Janney had about regarding transparency, because I felt, as chair, and the committee has felt, that there's been a decline in transparency for whatever reason the last year. Now, I realize that staff only gets, staff gets direction from the dice. So I realize that what occurs at the staff level isn't necessarily, maybe, but isn't necessarily what staff would do if they had. So I realize that the ultimate authority is you on this transparency, not staff, in some sense. We had a concern on the audit scope, the performance audit scope. All prior years, the CBOC had a role in developing the scope of work. Nada this year, zippo. Second thing on the audit, the CBOC was a member of the selection panel. This year, nada, nothing. We were not on that selection panel. Last meeting in December, we requested input, sort of a history on the Fund 40, which technically is not within the bond program. We got a response back, basically it's none of your business. It was very unfortunate, and I wanted to point that out. Next slide. And I have some positive things to say as well, because I do try to be. This is the law. This is, and I feel so strongly about this. Periodically, I want to have it up. The law, when you got a 55% vote, there was everybody under hit stands because of the prior regime, what quid pro quo is. Quid pro quo, you gave up something. You have something you're giving in return to get something good. Well, it was bond oversight. That's why we exist in the first place. The law that governs us, the education code, says right there in the law, they're active words. And as you know, legislation these words are chosen carefully in Sacramento. Vigorous efforts. Taxpayers directly participate. Promptly alert the public to any waste or improper expenditure. Vigorously investigate it. So it's an active process. It's not a passive process. Next slide, please. Well, to the public that's here, I want all the public to know that this bond oversight committee and this process is different in most districts in the state. That's to the district's credit. And it happened, and there's a person sitting there, Bernardo Vasquez. It started back when he was the chair and handed it over to me in 2012, is we realized that the oversight process was screwed up. It had board members' husbands and all this kind of crazy stuff. Yolanda Hernandez was on there, and so we cleaned it up. The district cleaned it up, and the Bond Oversight Committee was active about it because we realized the district had to act like they wanted to do something, and we took advantage of it, frankly, as the CBOC. We got a performance audit that's not like most areas in the state. It's a limited performance audit. It's very narrow. The selection process here is very objective. Many as friends of friends get on these oversight committees. We actually have a training of new members. The Bond Oversight Committee sets the agenda, not the district. Many districts, it's handled like they're subservient to the staff, and also asking a lot of questions. We ask a lot of questions, as you well, and we have site tours. So we really, the Sweetwater, to their credit and the board's credit, allows us, you may not like what you hear, but we're allowed to operate the way the law was intended. So that's a good thing. Next slide is, there are some good things about the program that I wanted, again, because I knew that, I guess the public would be here more, some of the newcomers, is we got a better master planning process. We got a manual how we're going to operate better as a bond program. We got the specs were revised for construction. Might I note that it was the Bond Oversight Committee that instituted the process that Moises Aguirre ran with and got those specs revised. Remember the roofing, the garland and all that? That was CBOC generated specifically. The reporting data is much better. We have value engineering now. The maintenance tracking is much better, and the CBOC remains independent. So the final two slides I have is We had a December meeting, and we had a discussion about the Brown Act, which I want to thank District Council Jennifer Carbuccia for giving that. The Brown Act is a double-edged sword, as you know as board members, because as a committee it really limits the kind of collegial talking amongst each other that, especially in an oversight committee, where we're just telling the public what we think, but we have to operate by it pursuant to the bylaws, and that's the way it goes. A concern we had is, and just for the public here, there was a money transferred to a special fund that we questioned then why it was transferred to the general fund. It was supposed to be used for capital expenditures, and it was transferred to the general fund. I think it was $7 million. And we asked, well, how was that decision made? And was it justified? And what we got back was a legal opinion that justified it, saying there was no law that says we couldn't do it. I'm paraphrasing, so we did it. But the second more troubling aspect about it, and I guess in some ways I don't want to throw any particular person under the bus, but there was a public records request. And I want everybody in the room to know this. Think about this. If you're making a $7 million decision, and how was that decision made internally? And there was a public records request by Matty Adotto. There was no internal correspondence. I just go, how does that happen? How does a bureaucracy make a $7 million with no paper trail? That may be indicative of other issues. I just cannot believe it. And maybe there's a good explanation, and I'm willing to entertain that. But anyway. There was also concern about, as I mentioned earlier, a lack of a performance audit. The project labor agreement is not going to go away in terms of our radar. It's just not. There's an opinion we ought to look at it. On that subject, and I thank you for allowing me to speak a little bit longer than I thought. I get going here. Is the project labor agreement, there were things that were positive that were sold about it, better quality workers, lower change orders. And then there's a negative, the supply and demand, limited supply, and, the price goes up. I mean, I'm oversimplifying it. I think we all need to get together and do some kind of analysis. I know there's only 2 projects this far, but we need to look at some maybe qualitative analysis, talking to people who work in the area, worked on those projects, in confidence, how it could be handled. And I have some personal ideas. And really look at the PLA, because it's not going to go away. And to wait for more projects is just going to create more suspicion, in my opinion. Finally, the performance audit selection process, there were concerns, as I talked about earlier. Finally, in conclusion, the January report, on a lot of this you're seeing repeating things, is a concern about the transparency. We're looking at the bylaws. We're going to have a more in-depth discussion at our next meeting about the performance audit, looking at the efficiency, effectiveness of the program, and particularly focusing on the 2 large PLA projects, Montgomery and the HVAC. I mean, Hilltop. It's a mistake. It should say Hilltop, not Montgomery. I'll blame it on Cheers. It should say Hilltop. No, I'll take responsibility for the mistake. We do have a role on commenting on debt, but we can't tell you whether to issue new debt. We can't tell you anything. Other we can tell the public whether we think it's wise to issue new debt at this time in our function. And we're going to also be talking about that in the future. And just a concern in general about legal, there seemed to be a trend that, and there may be a good explanation for this as well, is why legal opinions seem to be issued after decisions are made as opposed to before on some of these key decisions. I know it's somewhat Monday morning quarterbacking, but I think that we need to think, when there are very important decisions made that could be challenged, that we just take the effort up front to do that. Thank you for your time. It's been the final, and I'll be done. The final thing, the challenge as the chair in the committee is to not let the committee to stay more or less in our swimming lane. And that's because you have public, they feel like we'll listen to them at least. I mean, that's what I hear a lot. At least we listen to us. And so we don't want to become the mini, like it was during Ed Brand, oh God, I can't mention that name, Ed Brand, where people were complaining about things to us because the board wouldn't listen to us, from everything to, things that had no control over. So anyway, if there are any questions, I'm all here.
Anybody have any questions? Mr. Tarantino?
Not necessarily to Mr. Maranovich, but to maybe the general counsel through the chair. My recollection when we approved the PLA was that there would be an evaluation process at the end of 3 years. And my recollection is that this is the year that perhaps that evaluation will be brought forth. Are we still on target with that or not?
So it did state that there would be an evaluation 3 years after the beginning of the first project. So that is towards the end of this year would be when that would be coming forward, yes.
And we are on target with that.
We are on target to bring that back at the end of that term.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Solis? Thank you very much. Very
Thank
enlightening,
you.
and we'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing. Let's see. Conduct a public hearing and authorize the application for general waiver request to provide a 15-day extended school year program for students with disabilities from June 10th to June 28th, 2019. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Okay, if there's no speakers, I will close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve item D1?
So I had a question.
Oh, we have a question.
That's D1, right?
Yes.
D1.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President. So the question I had was, what is the criteria that we use for to determine the special education students take that, get the additional days or hours in that program?
Dr. Fulcher, can you answer that question?
Sure.
I'm sure it's not everybody, right?
It's not everyone. It's based on an IEP decision, and typically 2 criteria is looked at. If a student is in danger of regressing over the summer months, or summer weeks in our case, then that student should be enrolled in an ESY extended school year program. Or if the recoupment, is what they call it, of support and services takes longer than what's expected, summer school or ESY should also be a consideration. State law calls for a 20-day period. We're asking for 15 days with an extended instructional time. So students will actually get more instructional time with the 5.5 hours of summer school support than they would with the traditional 20-day summer school period. And many school districts that have a condensed or abbreviated summer ask for these waivers. Families, a lot of them want to travel. Oftentimes the last few days, if not the last week of our ESY session isn't well attended. We get more students and more staff input when we increase the hours per day and shorten the days of the entire or the total ESY period.
Thank you. That answered my question.
And are there any other questions?
Yeah,
Mr.
President
Tarantino.
Pike. Dr. Fulcher, is this waiver something that we've applied for in the past, or is this the first year that we're doing this?
It's certainly not the first year. We've done it in the past often, and many districts in this region, in this community, our elementary districts, our feeder districts, also apply for the waiver because, again, of the abbreviated summer session.
So it's to keep in line with what we're doing for the regular summer school, no change in the hours of instruction for the students, correct?
Right. Well, the change is that we're increasing the hours of instruction by an hour.
But it's not a decline in the program, because there's some people who believe that this is in response to our budget crisis.
It's not in response to the crisis. Now, there's some indirect benefits. Obviously, there's less transportation that takes place if we're condensing it by a week. There's less staff, but we're doing it because of student needs. We get more students attending and staying the entire period when we offer this abbreviated session with extended, obviously, hours daily.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Fulci. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay.
You need a motion to approve the item.
Can I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Approval.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we'll be on public communication of non-agenda items. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes to do so. Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Thank you for your cooperation.
Gerald Ritter?
Good evening. My name is Gerald Ritter. I have a daughter that attends Hilltop High School. She is a senior this year, and at the beginning of the school year during the orientation, the students were told that the graduation would be held at Southwestern College. My daughter got a notice last week that somebody made the change and that the graduation was going to be held at Hilltop High School. The Hilltop High School facilities are way too small. I mean, if the graduation is at 1 o'clock, you almost have to get there at 10 o'clock to get a parking spot. I think it's unfair to the students where not all their family can come to see the accomplishment of graduating from high school. I don't know if it's because of budget, but to me, the students shouldn't be cut out from be able to, for their family. Because the way it is right now, I'm a family of 5. We only allowed to have 6 people there. So we have to decide which grandparents can go. To me, that's not fair. It's not fair to the students. And I think a change needs to be made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Clayton?
First of all, forgive me in advance. When I'm nervous, I go super fast. I'm an employee of this district for 30 years, and I only come when I need to come. And I'm going to start. I'm going to read my thing. I'll go really fast, so just tell me to slow down if I'm going too fast. Good evening, and thank you for your time and your attention in dealing with these complex financial issues. I realize there are a lot. My name is Diana Clayton. For the past 30 years, I have been working with students with moderate to severe disabilities. Some of the most vulnerable students in our district. Understanding that you must make some very difficult choices in dealing with the fiscal crisis, I'm here to express my concern about certain actions being taken. The current actions being taken to reduce staffing costs in my area expose the district to legal and financial risks that will cost much more than the funding being saved through the positions. I understand this crisis that the district, has been doing all they can to rectify and to come up with solutions to solve the budget crisis. And I believe that it is my obligation to bring forward any action that increases the probability of loss while simultaneously putting students and staff at physical risk or harm. Our special needs children are often aggressive. They need to be supervised in the bathroom and can be quite disruptive to others. A single teacher and an assistant is not capable of completing the mandated needs of the students when we have such large, very vocal parents. An attempt to expose the district to claims of negligence, workman's comp claims, or a potential to fail to provide equal education opportunities for all of these individuals. I work in a special ed class, a person retired with your CERP. The district has decided based on numbers that they will not be filling the position. We are not numbers, we are people, and each child has an individual need that has to be met. And by cutting the assistant out of the classroom, we are not meeting these needs. Because I myself am not going to put myself in a position where I could lose my job, be sued, be sent to jail, or far worse. It is my obligation to meet the children's needs, their hygiene needs, getting them to and from places. It is not my teacher's obligation to meet our students' hygiene needs. By putting myself in a bathroom with 4 students, anything could happen where they could be upset, they go home and they tell their parents something happened. You are not putting me in a safe position. And in 30 years, there has never been a moderate to severe class, whether it's 1 children or 20, that has had 1 assistant in the class. You need to look at this, and you need to put the students first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerome Torres.
Good evening, honorable members of the school board and Superintendent Janney. My name is Jerome Torres, and I live in Trustee District 1 of the Sweetwater Union High School District. I come tonight to offer my opinions regarding the current financial state of affairs confronting the district. I apologize if you've heard these comments already, but I felt compelled to offer my own perspective. Without question, the future of the district is in dire straits, not only financially, but politically. The recent findings of the SCMAT Fiscal Health Risk Analysis fully documented the egregious financial mismanagement of the district. The recent comments by Michael Fine, CEO of SFCMAT, during the presentation of the report cannot be disregarded. Quote, under all circumstances, the Board of Education and your governance and leadership team here in the district ultimately is solely responsible for the district's financial dealings and financial stability. It rests with you right there. Nobody else, just you. You are 100% responsible, unquote. Because of years of weak governance and leadership, the school board is now confronted with not only a notice of stay and rescind by the San Diego County Office of Education, but also an AB 139 extraordinary audit to determine if deliberate fraud and misappropriation was committed. The findings of this audit could prove devastating to the future governance of the district. If malfeasance is revealed, it is not unreasonable to speculate that the current school board could be dissolved and a special administrator assigned by the County Board of Education and an investigation be conducted by the county grand jury. Notwithstanding the superintendent's presentation tonight, I'm highly skeptical that the presented budget solutions plan can fully address the estimated $30 million budget deficit in the current school year, much less forecasted deficits in subsequent school years. As noted in the FCMAT report, the district is facing a compounding structural deficit that will ultimately result in real pain, not only to the district's teachers and staff, but to the students and adult learners the district serves. Aside from a viable financial plan, what else can be done? I strongly suggest addressing the issues of governance and transparency. With regard to governance, as noted in the FCMAT report, no budget advisory committee currently exists. That must be rectified. Additionally, the Audit Finance Subcommittee of the board must be reconstituted by increasing the number and composition of community representatives from stakeholders within the district. I'm almost done. As for transparency, the school board must fully and openly disclose to all stakeholders the impact of the financial measures that will need to be undertaken to correct the compounding structural deficit the district is currently facing. This will require an intensive community outreach effort. The school board must regain the trust of the stakeholder it serves. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide how to do that. Hopefully, my suggestions provide a guide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maddie Adato.
Good evening. I was not able to attend the previous meetings where the performance audits were given for Prop O and the FICMAT. However, I watched and listened to them very diligently. So although my comments might be a little late, they are very relevant. Regarding the Prop O audit given by Moss Adams and the legal opinion that they received on the HVAC project, documentation was very unsettling in my opinion. Why would we limit the information given to the auditor we hired and we paid for? According to what Ms. Quirk indicated at the last BOC meeting, the reason for the legal opinion was that Moss Adams kept asking for additional paperwork that was not available and did not exist, and they had given them everything they had to complete the audit. But in reviewing the legal opinion, that is not what it says. It basically states what the district does not have to do in relation to the design-build aspect of the job. It does not indicate that no further paperwork is available. It says, and I quote, "We are concerned that such action goes beyond the scope of an audit and instead second-guesses the negotiation team and or substitutes the auditor's opinion for that of the negotiation team on whether the negotiated contract in its entirety is fair." I am not sure Moss Adams, being a well-known and respected auditor, they know what they can ask for and what's not in their purview. Based on the district's practices, wouldn't you want to give them more information just to show transparency? So someone is lying, and based on this district's history, I say it falls on the facilities department not wanting to give the information and being forthright, since this is a PLA project that went off the rails, which is why they went to the legal department to get out of giving any further information. Just so you know, this will be challenged. Now regarding the FICMAT audit. Ms. Hall, you should be embarrassed that you and your committee missed even a glimpse of what's going on financially in this district. When we get up and question budget items, you smirk, dismiss, and are unbelievably disrespectful in not having our questions answered. You and Mr. Sakura are usually not even remotely paying attention. Now you are trying to justify your incompetence as a board member as well as head of the audit subcommittee and blame everyone else and not accept the part that you and your incompetent audit subcommittee played in this issue. You know, the people that you handpicked to serve on your committee. Lastly, all of you have an agenda review with Dr. Janney before the board meeting after the agenda is posted. This happens every month. I ask myself why. If most of the public hold down jobs just like most of you, why do we seem to have more information, history, and answers than you? We're able to research it. So maybe Mrs. Cheers and I can sit in on your audit, on your agenda reviews next time.
Thank you.
Nick Marinovich.
Oops. Nothing in government happens by accident. On a positive note, very positive note, there's a budget presentation coming up. I forget the agenda item that Jenny Salkeld and her staff did on the state budget. In my 7 years or so dealing with this district, agendas like that is the best PowerPoint presentation in terms of thoroughness, user-friendly, oriented towards the audience. It's excellent, and I wanted to give my highest compliments to the CFO regarding that. Finally, just as a general comment, this has been very discouraging when this whole situation evolved, and sometimes it's hard not to speak out more forcefully. And I right now, though, I want you to know that I'm focusing on the Bond Oversight Committee and our role, and to the extent that I comment on items external, that is because it's problems that relate to the Bond Oversight Committee are also district-wide issues. Transparency is step number one. And secondly, because it impacts ongoing maintenance, is not dealing with the structural deficit forthrightly when you knew about it 4 years ago. And, you know, it's a really, and I think, you know, maybe it's too simplistic, but somewhat it's a matter of arithmetic. There's salaries, there's personnel, and since 90% or so of your budget is that, it's salary, pay, number of employees equals budget, really. And that's really the fundamental issue as you move forward that you're going to have to deal with, is that. So having a district-wide comparison of your salaries compared to other districts to the public, I think, would be helpful, and there's probably a way to generate that to get an idea for those positions. So as you move forward, I'm hoping that the CBOC can provide some input to the process, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arturo Osorio.
Hello, I'm Arturo Osorio from East Lake High School. I was here last meeting. I stated that I was worried about these budget cuts affecting my school education. And recently, more teachers have left our schools and resulted in student classes being switched around. And I'm concerned if any more changes like this are going to occur in the future and affect our education even further negatively. That'll be all.
Thank you.
Danya Avalos.
Good evening, and thank you for your time again. And I'm just maybe over and over, but I'm very concerned as a parent and as a community, and the parents that they approach me, and we're concerned about the IEPs, all the special education and the programs, because they really been working, all these kids, since they are in kindergarten to approach their goals to go to college, etc. So they've been working since kindergarten with special programs, and they're fantastic, they're great, they're very successful. So I will really beg you, like, whatever I need to do, just to keep them, because they can approach and get their goals. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katia Callahan.
Good evening, everybody. Well, my name is Katia Callahan, and I am here in behalf of my son and my community. He attends Eastlake High School, and we love our community, we love our school, but I am very concerned in what's going to happen in the near future. Recently, my son lost his English teacher. Well, he just got moved to another class, and I have heard also that classrooms are getting a little bit bigger, and that there is a possibility of having more changes after January the 30th. So I'm just hoping that we can come with the solutions for our kids and our school. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kathleen Shears.
We raise our children to take responsibility for their actions, to admit wrong, take ownership, and learn from it. I attended the special workshop a few weeks ago, the topic, setting priorities. Many question why this board failed to accomplish that task 4 years ago. Nonetheless, the leading story in local news media was Ms. Hall's recorded remarks challenging Trustee Tarantino's call for community involvement. Additionally, she chose to attempt to deflect any responsibility she, as chair of the audit subcommittee, had in the financial crisis we now find ourselves. According to Ms. Hall's recorded comment, I tried, which bears the question, did she really? Does anyone in this room believe if any of us were on that committee and asked for information that we would have settled for anything less than getting that information? I remind you again, Ms. Hall's stated priority was a PLA and new bond. She ruled over the audit subcommittee with an iron fist. She rules. She has shown deep contempt for the BOC. She has time and time again shown animus for a certain fellow trustee. Now to my point. You trustees are charged with many responsibilities, one of them listening to and respecting the public. Why you continue to allow a fellow trustee to bring undue negative attention to an already volatile situation is beyond comprehension. I would like to recommend a closed session open discussion focused on respect of the community. Make it clear If the eye rolling, smirking, and disrespect continue, the trustee will be sanctioned publicly. I would like to offer the following. It is a Facebook comment I received from a community member I do not know, and I quote, "I was there for the last board meeting and see the passion you and other parents show. I attended this for a paper at State, and my professor was dumbfounded at everything that's going on. I remember Miss Hall with that smile on her face when you called her out. It made my blood boil. How she didn't care about what you and others were saying. The disrespect for me is not my issue. It is the continued disrespect for anyone who steps up to this podium Ms. Hall does not agree with. That is the issue, and it must be addressed. Moving on, the community is tired. We have grown weary of being used in our children's education, put at risk due to incompetence and now alleged fraud. We want the best for our kids, and outsiders looking to use this empathy have turned it around for personal and professional gain. At the end of the day, your reputations collectively are shot, as well will be any employee found to be involved. Based on all of this, I once again call on all of you to step down. No attorney is going to save you from the obvious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernardo Vasquez.
Good evening, Board. I wanted to spend 3 minutes tonight talking about the Sweetwater Way. Not Sweetwater Strong, but the Sweetwater Way. Those of you that have been following this district probably remember the Sweetwater Way. The prior administration would hide information, obfuscate, lie, basically a lack of transparency. The board enabled this action or these actions by the administration. Of course, we all know what happened with that. There were indictments, superintendent spent a little time in jail, and trustees were in essence shamed and embarrassed for their lack of upholding their roles as trustees. So in spite of what Ms. Janney said earlier about transparency, I'm going to make a recommendation that maybe when we refer to LCAP 4, maybe we call it lack of coherent and transparent systems. I'm going to give you just a couple of examples. The December 10th board meeting, and it was referenced by another speaker, Moss Adams was presenting. Mr. Solis asked a question for clarification, and the Moss Adams auditor replied that he was given a legal opinion. And again, another speaker has spoken to this, but why is your auditor receiving a legal opinion? I was going to talk about having attended the most recent Bond Oversight Committee meeting, but I think Mr. Marinovich did a great job of expressing his frustration with the lack of transparency that he receives from the administration. Not receiving documents requested, receiving legal opinions, not being allowed to sit on the selection committee, on and on it goes. So the question becomes, why is the district suppressing information from the community, from bond oversight committees? And is this behavior really consistent with transparency? And I think as much as Ms. Janney, and she was very passionate in her speech, I think there's a disconnect. She may believe that there's transparency, but if you sit on this side and every single one of you trustees up there was on this side when that prior board was sitting up there, and you remember what it was like, and I ask you to go back to that and have that same passion that you had when you wanted to fight that board, because things seem to have turned around. And we do not have transparency. You can say it over and over, and you can talk about it in public, but that's not going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, if there are no more further speakers, we'll have a formation and approval of the consent agenda. Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
F3 has been pulled by Mr. Tarantino. F5 by Mr. Tarantino, F6 by Mrs. Hall, F7 by Mrs. Hall, Mr. Segura, and the public, F8 by Mrs. Hall, F10 by Mr. Tarantino, staff, and the public, G1 by Mrs. Hall, Mr. Segura, Mr. Tarantino, and the public, G2 by Mr. Tarantino, G5 by the public, G7 by Mrs. Hall and Mr. Tarantino, G8 by staff, G10 by Mrs. Hall, H2 by Mrs. Hall and Mr. Tarantino, K4 by staff and the public, L3 by the public, L4 by Mr. Tarantino, M1 by Mr. Tarantino and the public, M2 by Mr. Tarantino and the public, N3 by Mrs. Hall and the public, P12 by Mrs. Hall, Q2 by the public, Q3 by Mr. Tarantino, Q6 by Mr. Tarantino, and R1 by Mr. Tarantino and the public.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda as read.
Second?
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I just had a request. We're going to start with Q3, and then we're going to do R1, okay?
Yes.
Because we have some people here. Okay,
Q3 was pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Okay. Mr. Tarantino,
Let me get my information.
go ahead.
Yes, okay. Through the chair, what is the difference between the reportable fees that are referenced in Q3 and Mello-Roos funds? Dr. Salco?
Trustee Tarantino, so these are accounted for in two different ways. The developer fees are assessed based on parameters according to government code, whereas the Mello-Roos are special taxes that are assessed separately.
Okay, and sometimes I noticed in some of the projects that some are financed by both the fees and the Mello-Roos.
So there can be different. So most of the costs are related to I'm trying to think of stop you here for relocatables.
Yes.
But there are some projects where, if it's applicable, such as the Mar Vista pool and some renovation costs, there are some. It depends on the CFDs. There are some costs that you can multi-fund projects.
Yes.
So it's a multi-funding source.
And these come out every year, correct?
So we have a requirement under the code to provide an annual report and the 5-year report.
Okay. And
So
this report contains both, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
it looks at how the dollars were spent for the prior year for 17-18 and what's projected to look ahead.
Okay, thank you. That's all, President Pike.
Okay. Now we're going to have,
You need a motion to approve Q3.
we'll have a motion to approve Q3.
So moved.
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to do R1.
I have two speakers.
Okay.
Maddie Adato.
Thank you. So I thank you for presenting this but my biggest concern, especially with the CFDs, is that we've asked previously for an oversight committee to be formed. Now, if an oversight committee is formed, we want the community to propose their members on that oversight committee. We do not want staff, we do not want board members to appoint anybody from the community to that oversight committee. We are asking you, having borrowed from Mello so much money over the years, having me stand up here month after month to tell you to stop borrowing the money, I think it's high time, if you really want to be transparent about this, that you have an oversight committee formed. I'm not saying we don't want district staff on the oversight committee or board members on the oversight committee. What I'm asking is that you allow the community members to appoint their own community members to that committee. We don't want them interviewed by staff. This way you know that who's sitting up there wants to sit up there and has no vested interest in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernardo Vasquez.
So I want to thank you for the report. Of course, it's required by AB 2851. Glad to see that it was a fund balance of $143,925,402.76 as of the 2017-18 school year. Meets LCAP 4 transparency. Kudos, good job, thank you for that. I wonder though, what's the actual balance in Fund 49 as of December 31st of 2018? What's the outstanding loan amount that's owed to Fund 49 as of December 31st, 2018? Which funds owe Fund 49 money? How much interest has been paid to Fund 49 and from which funds? Have you repaid the $5 million that you owe Fund 49 by adult ed and cafeteria funds? That's that balance that violated the education code. Where's the schedule of loans and repayments showing monthly borrowing from Fund 49 and repayment with interest? So with the worst financial crisis in the district's history going on, and it's been documented you're over-relying on Fund 49, and you've already violated Ed Code by not repaying the $5 million, and you'll likely violate Ed Code again by borrowing more from Fund 49 than you're allowed to, and you likely have no way to repay it. Where's the transparency in showing all of that? So you give us an annual report so you make everybody here believe that there's $149 million in that fund. Is it lack of transparent systems or is it transparent systems? Because again, you can't say it and make it happen, Dr. Janney. You can't just say it and it magically happens. There is no transparency with the Melrose Fund. Even though Maddie comes up month after month asking for more details, we're asking for a committee, we're asking for reports, you've already got the template. But again, is it transparency or lack of transparency? I, along with Maddie, request that you create a Melrose committee. I'm sure you're aware that there were a group of residents in Eastern Chula Vista that met, and I can assure you that Ms. Adato and I are not the only ones that are angry and frustrated with this. I assure you that there is a large group of people behind us that feel the same way. Mr. Tarantino, I'm going to ask you as our trustee, please make it happen. Thank you.
No further speakers. It was also pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Yes, I have some questions. There's been reported in the news media that the outstanding loan that we owe to Fund 49 is $93 million. And I was wondering if that is the current outstanding loan balance, given the fact that we were told that there was going to be a repayment in December when the property taxes came through. That's the first question.
Go ahead.
So to address that first question, As of January, that balance, we had a balance of about $36 million that was due from the general fund to Fund 49, which is the CFD fund. A partial payment was made in October of about $5 million, and then the balance was paid the first week in January, because the district staff, we were out during winter break, and there were apportionments that were received and some tax payments, and so that was taken care of immediately the first week we returned from winter break.
Okay, thank you
So
for that.
That balance is paid for.
Thank you for that clarification. Also, I was looking through all of my CFD papers, and I did find the form that Mr. Vasquez refers to. And so I have a copy of it, and I will give it to you so like that it can be included in future reports, because it was a very helpful form. And I know that the public thinks that there was a conspiracy, that it was purposely deleted from our reports. But my take on it is that there was a there was a change in personnel, and that for some reason it dropped off the radar. And so I have the form, I have a copy of the form, and so you can research it, Dr. Salkeld, and see that it's included in future reports if that meets your approval.
If I could add, I believe that template, that information was included in our first interim report along with the cash schedule.
Okay.
So it has the activity by fund and where the borrowings are occurring. So that is going to be a practice. So as we prepare second interim, that will also be included as well.
Yes,
so
it
we will
has.
ensure that it is going forward.
Okay, because it does have the beginning balance, date of loan borrowed from, amount of loan, date paid, amount liquidated, quarterly interest, and the interest rate.
Included in our December 10th package.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Yes, you're a whiz. Thank you.
One more question.
Go ahead.
I read in the CBOC report that Roxana Travers is no longer working with the district. So is there anybody who is going to be, do we know who is going to be taking up that responsibility?
We're currently recruiting for that position and soon to be interviewing for that. We're working closely with our team to address any open items.
Okay,
and
thank
ensure
you.
that we keep the day-to-day going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to R1.
Move to accept.
A second. Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's go to F3.
Moved by Mr. Tarantino.
Yes, I have two requests. The first one is I respectfully request that Cabinet consider including a statement in grant analyses and MOUs that guarantees matching fund and in-kind requirements can be met for the duration of the grant. There's a lot of things that on the surface it looks like things are covered by the grant, but then as you look further into it, there's in-kind and matching fund requirements. And if that statement would at least help me know that it's been reviewed and that we can meet those obligations as we move forward.
Could you repeat that one more time, what your question is, or the statement?
That I would respectfully request that Cabinet consider including a statement in the grant analysis or MOU analysis, a statement that guarantees that the matching funds or in-kind requirements can be met for the duration of the grant or the MOU. The second request is associated with item G6, which I did not pull, but the Sue High Foundation does an awful lot of good work in terms of providing scholarships for students in the National City Sweetwater High boundary. And I was wondering if on an annual basis the work of the foundation could be presented to the board by the executive director, because I think a lot of what's going on is going unnoticed, and I think that that's something that should be celebrated by all of us. And that's all I have, Mr. Frike.
Thank you. Any other questions about F3? Deanne, do we need a motion?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go to F5.
Pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
I don't have a specific item to talk about in terms of the actual items that are being presented today for the consultants, but I just want to be assured that as we move forward, that the consultants are absolutely necessary. I don't know what that means. I'm depending on staff to make that determination, but you know, I think that the times that we are facing, I think we need to watch these with a critical eye. And again, I don't know that I'm capable of making that determination in terms of what's absolutely necessary to support kids or not. But I would rely on staff to make that decision, and I just would rely on staff to make that decision for us. If there could be some kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say justification, because there is a rationale, but the rationales all seem to be the same. So maybe if they could make it specific to the actual item, that would be more helpful to me. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Need a motion for F4, F5.
I'll entertain a motion for F5.
So moved.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we'll go to F6.
Pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Thank you. I have several questions, mostly on, basically just on the item around the California partnership, and I ask this every year. I'm wondering if this is, in addition, we're doing an acceptance of grant funding, so is this an increase to our original budget? And if it's an increase to our original budget, were the positions that are indicated as being funded with, or portions thereof that are being funded, I guess I'll ask the first question. Is this in addition to our original budget, because it's an acceptance of grant funding? You can answer that.
Good evening, Mr. Pike, Mr. Tarantino, and fellow members of the Board of Trustees, and Dr. Janney. Ms. Hall, to answer your question, it's approximately the same each year. The California Partnership Academies are approximately, and by say approximately, given $2,000 to $3,000 usually of difference. So I know they varied somewhere between high 60s to mid 70s, just depending upon how much funding is available by the state. But I know in this case they are pretty close to what we submitted in terms of request.
So what I'm trying to ask is, did we budget anything for the partnership in the original budget, or to where this is an adjustment to our budget, or is it just an informational item? Because there's FTE connected to each one of these grants, which total over 300 and something thousand. I added it up, $376,000. So, can you tell me?
Sure. In the partnership academies, they are allowed only a certain percentage of that grant to go towards personnel. It's been it has actually 40% of that total budget, or I'm sorry, of that total award is allowable. For the most part, what the schools who receive that use it for is for their coordinator, and that's usually obviously just a portion of their overall salary. Some schools are able to also do some type of support, administrative support, but they only allow a 0.4 of that total amount that's awarded for each grant.
Right. So what I'm trying to determine is if this is money that those positions were already budgeted for, so there will be.
They were already in the CTE because it's part of the overall CTE program, so it's a matter of having now these additional resources and allocating it as such.
So in other words, this is an increase to our original budget.
If they can now spend.
And since the position already exists, are we using this fund now to budget?
We work with the program to align their par.
Okay.
Way if there's additional
So
funding.
there's a switch out. So how do we kind of if these are ongoing and we see that they're ongoing, how do we project that in the future so that we understand? Because $300,000 is quite a bit of money. The other thing was, there's a lot of, like for instance, on the Hilltop High proposal, there's $27,228 in other operating expenses and services. Part of that is in consultants, I believe, and part of it is in travel. And I think a lot of that is in travel and the other programs as well. Sometimes it's consultants, it's professional development for staff. I'm wondering how often that happens, if it happens every year, that we're paying for them to go to the training, or, you know, if there's, how that impacts the classroom and how that, what does that consist of? So some of those other outgoes I kind of would like to have broken out a little bit, or some reporting back on how that, what that looked like. I noticed for Mar Vista High, they're doing a lot of travel. These travels are with students to go to these trips, like their Catalina Island and Dana Point and all these things. In one of the ones for Montgomery High, there was a substantial amount budgeted for videos. Well, I agree that I don't know like I'm like Mr. Tarantino, I don't really know what's needed, but there's plaques and there was student senior awards in there. I'm questioning the senior awards and things like that, how that fits, because this is public money.
So, Ms. Hall, within each of the partnership academies, I guess I'll start with in terms of things like field trips and consultants and things like that. Because there are specialized programs, what they do for the most part on an annual basis is bring in experts in whatever that field is. So I know at MOH at Montgomery High, in terms of the administration of justice, what they've done is, for example, gone to the police academy. They've done different things such as bringing in law enforcement agents to talk about careers in law enforcement and what that might look like. So those are things that they bring forward on an annual basis. That includes, again, both the consultants as well as things like field trips. In terms of other supplies and the awards and things like that, these are all allowable. CPAs are actually very, very one of the most precise in terms of what is allowable and what is not. So what has been expended in the past is allowable under the grant. So it's not like we can say, well, we're not going to do this and we're going to put it towards personnel because we're already maxed out in that. So we can't add additional personnel to it. But what has been used has been typically under what's under the guidelines of the program.
It's just student awards is kind of an unusual number to put into any kind of funding, especially grant funding, because it tends to go along with gifting of public funds. So that's my question to Dr. Sotkeld. And not that I question the programs. I understand that they have they're a special focus. And, you know, a lot of good things are going on in these programs. I just wanted to make sure first of all, when these are written, they should be reviewed by finance so that we can see the particulars. Sometimes there are obligations, as Mr. Tarantino alluded to. There's unnamed cost a lot of times for the district. In here there is a column for matching funds, but yet it seemed to be fiscal impact was matching funds, it says none. So I get confused when I see a district match column here on Hilltop High that's got $35,000 in debt. You know, it's got various district matches called out in this thing, but yet on the summary it says none. So I think these things need to be looked at by finance before they come to the board.
So in general, there is a process, and the one that actually we've begun to solidify quite a bit more with Dr. Salkeld and her team. Anything that is submitted and that does require some type of a match or some additional, we have submitted to them for a review to make sure that it is, and going towards Mr. Tarantino's request was earlier. So we'll be able to provide that to you. I'm happy to, a couple of things that I'm happy to do is I'm happy to provide you kind of the guidelines of what CPA in terms of allows and doesn't in terms of their program, so we can provide that to you all. We can also provide you with each year, CPA, again, as I said, is one of the more detailed grants where they do require a couple of reports that go back to the state each year prior to them receiving renewed funding. So we're happy to provide those as well. They don't usually come to the board, but we're happy to provide those as a public document as well.
Yeah, it's on this one.
Yeah.
It's on the sideways.
And in
where
terms
there's
of-
a whole column of
Sure.
thousands of dollars
Sure.
of district match.
Sure,
so-
and in terms of what the match is traditionally, those are things that are already, it's usually staff time, it's already district facilities that we already have. These are all, again, things that the state allows in terms of how we do that. We do run that by finance, and we have worked with finance in the past and continue to do so.
Dr. Jenny?
Yeah. So this is our year for reinventing ourselves, and so we will look at this process and see how we can improve it and get back to.
I know I brought it up before, so.
Yeah, we're happy to continue to provide as much information as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubio. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve F6.
So moved. Second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
F7.
I have several speakers. Matty Adado?
By the way, Mr. Pike, you're doing a very good job.
Oh, thank you.
It's very refreshing. So in looking at this agenda item, I see that this deals with the SEC. It also names the attorney from this firm that will be working with Sweetwater, and her name is Lily Becker. And she helps companies and individuals navigate a range of civil and criminal matters, including government investigations, internal investigations, FCPA compliance, shareholder disputes, and securities litigation, which lead me to believe that we are under investigation from the SEC. Based on the FCMAT report again, and us not logging in 4 months of payroll, which honestly, it's still beyond me how that happens. My question is, does this have to do with the refinancing of the bond? Because that happened exactly at the same time that we didn't book the payroll. So they kind of overlapped. Or a misrepresentation to the public to pass the new bond. Either way, the district is in the crosshairs of another authority, which doesn't look good. I've stood here for 10 years. I'm tired. I'd like to retire from Sweetwater. I don't get a stipend. I know Mrs. Cheers is really tired. But I think the community is really sick and tired of us footing the bill for mistakes made by the district, especially by staff who should have never been in those positions to begin with. And we told you that. And now we have to hire an attorney at $895 an hour. So this is like another L Street where we have to pay a high-priced attorney to get us out of a mess that all of you put us in because we didn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Cheers?
The very manner in which this agenda item was worded is an insult to this community's intelligence. You are expecting us to believe the SEC is assisting the district with matters related to future bond and disclosure counsel services. Let's cut to the chase. You all are hiring this Top Gun defense attorney because you all are being investigated for fraud. Here are the facts for anyone of consequence listening. N3 of the December 10th meeting voted in $114,000 to Crow LLP to perform bond program financial services. Community members spoke against the new bond, and if the community would have been given the facts of our true financial deficit, they would have never ever voted for Prop DD. The community was duped. They were played with flyers that depicted children standing behind barbed wire fences, tugging at the heartstrings of caring people. Paid for by entities who would benefit financially via the PLA. Greed, graft, and special interests drove this bond, and I hold this board responsible. The district did not book payroll for the months of January, February, March, and April. On April 10th, 2017, agenda item M2 authorized staff to explore a new bond. You get where I'm going here, right? The timing of the failure to book payroll and authorization of a new bond paint the picture of an intent to defraud. The district was able to present itself in a positive financial position. We have Trustee Hall and Trustee Segura, two fierce proponents for a new bond in the PLA, were also heading the audit subcommittee, a committee which, based on Ms. Hall's own words, were the elite of the financial overseers. Yet this committee, which includes a person who was a fraud auditor and another member, a previous CFO and superintendent, like Schultz of Hogan's Heroes, knew nothing. I am a simple community member, attended those meetings. I questioned, they didn't. There you sit, expecting this community of taxpayers to carry the financial burden of your malfeasance. Those who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. Surely if this was a simple fiscal irresponsibility, we would not need to hire yet another legal firm. Here is a 411. We have a $43 million deficit. Our students and employees need that money. And you all have the gall to come before us and ask for $895 per hour for the attorney and $235 for her paralegal in a contract that will not end until June of 2020. This board item alone is yet another indication you are as bad, if not worse, than those who came before you.
Nick Marinovich.
I never, ever thought I'd be the third one to, after hearing that I'd be up here again, having to hear what I just heard again. It's so discouraging. Anyway, a couple of observations, more bureaucratic in nature in terms of the investigation, or whatever we're going to call it. I hope you have a paper trail. We talked about paper trails earlier on who approved that official statement. Who did the reviews on that whole document that went out back in April, and the other ones? Who signed off? What assistant superintendent? What person CFO? What person within the CFO's office? What was the review? And your name is on that thing when you sign that official statement. It goes to, it's posted on the municipal rulemaking board website. I mean, it's all there for everybody to see. That's what the investment community looks at. So I guess word to the wise as you move forward is, you know, when you get, if you ever get another bond document in the near future, that you read everything carefully, make sure you're comfortable with it. The second thing is you know, it's not great company. I think it's no big secret to be under SEC investigation, because there are several other school districts around the state that have the same type of thing. The Montebello School District, which had a forensic audit done by FCMAT, had an SEC. I believe Alum Rock up in the San Jose area as well. These are districts that have a lot of problems with consultant selection, influence, that type of thing. Not to say that's not here, but it's not a good company to have. The final thing I want to emphasize to the board, because I know about the SEC pretty much from an acquaintance, is it's a very independent entity. I believe it's not under any cabinet department. It's by its structure. It is I tell you, it is. You want to talk about ethical rules and regulations? I've never seen such type things. When you're a SEC employee, that you can't do. It's like dealing with the FBI in that function. These are people beyond reproach that are going to be doing this audit. Believe me, this is serious stuff if they're going to get involved in terms of looking at things. I just know the way they operate. Man, this is like, wow. It's pretty, I'm hoping that it's just, you know, maybe for the district, maybe it's something you do when you get something like that from FCMAT. But I don't think so, because if you look at the enforcement manual that SEC has, there's multiple, as you can imagine in a federal bureaucracy, multiple levels of approval before they go forward on something like this. So word of the wise, I guess, is you have to have a council, but make sure you've got those records that we talked about and that file documenting how that official statement was approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernardo Vasquez.
So I'm going to come at this from a layman's perspective. You're hiring a law firm that specializes in securities, who charges around $900 an hour. I wonder why you're hiring them. Can it be as a result of this Sweetwater Way? And again, what I talked about earlier, what your predecessors did as trustees and what resulted, what the prior administrations did and what resulted. Are we back to the Sweetwater Way? So let's see, again, from a layman's perspective. You file false financials, apparently no oversight by the CFO, the superintendent, or the board. Either you knew of the false filings and you said or did nothing, or you didn't know. You're either complicit or incompetent. It's one or the other. Continuing on with a timeline from a layman's perspective, you approve refinancing of bonds based on fraudulent financials. You approve placing a new bond on a ballot measure based on false financials. I think Mr. Marinovich has pointed out there's some serious problems when you look at it from a layman's point of view. I can imagine when you look at it from an SEC investigator's point of view. And you know, I can't help it when I look at you guys to think complicit or incompetent. And I think I can go through and look at each one of you, and I probably, having been here fairly regularly, can probably make a pretty darn good educated guess whether you're complicit or incompetent. And I'm really sorry to be so blunt about it, but I mean, this is some real serious stuff. And probably the worst part of all of this is that, again, money being taken away from the classroom, students like my daughter, who's a senior in high school, having to fold classes up and increasing class sizes, more pressures on teachers who have to teach extra periods, who have to take on more responsibility. We're providing paper to classrooms, we're providing tissue now, we're being asked basically for supplies from the teachers to help them in their classrooms. And it's again all because either incompetence or complicity. And the last thing that worries me, and I'm hopeful that Dr. Salkald, being new to the district, can hopefully assure us that you're not going to use Mello-Roo's money to defend this action by the SEC. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, if we have no more further speakers, I'll entertain a motion to pass.
Actually, it was pulled by Mrs. Hall and Mr. Segura.
I'm sorry. Ms. Hall.
I have a question for I guess this one's for the general counsel, since she handled the interaction of us with our law firms. So, through the chair, I'll ask this question of the general counsel through our president.
Go right ahead.
Do any of the firms in our list have a SEC experience at the national level?
Thank you for that question. The firms that we are working with are primarily California-based, and so we do not have a firm that you have previously approved that has extensive national experience with SEC on these matters. Oric has been the firm that we've worked with nationally in the past years that has this experience and has an experience in the district, and that is the reason we're going with them.
Okay. And for our CFO, Mr. President, What impact does a firm like Oric have on our markets, on the markets?
They are recognized in the financial market. They are one of the top legal firms that do disclosure counsel for bonds and also bond and disclosure. So they are recognized, and I think highly regarded within the financial market.
So it says that this was at your request that we're bringing this item forward. So can you give us a little bit more insight into why?
I think given the request for information from the Securities and Exchange Commission and level of expertise that ORC can bring in comparison to some of the other legal firms that we have within the pool, they certainly can help support the work that we're doing here as an organization moving forward as a result of the financial position. But most importantly, too, I think from a bond disclosure standpoint, now that we have two authorizations with Propo and the Measure DD, their level of expertise and the amount of issuances that we have going forward, once things settle and we get on the financial course, then again, it's the magnitude of the issuances and the complexity of our debt portfolio to have ORIC as a partner in that process.
Okay. And I have one more question for our general counsel. Thank you, Jenny. And that is, how are you going to minimize the cost of this?
And trust me, that is a conversation that Dr. Salkeld, Dr. Janney, and I have had. I think that we, right now, so first what's important to note is there's two separate pieces in this client engagement agreement. The first is around the SEC work and assisting us in working with the SEC. We internally have the ability, we can gather documents ourselves, we can have conversations amongst ourselves as we do in an attorney-client privileged manner to make sure we are very prepared for that call and for minimizing it. Jen and I have had those conversations. The other piece, we are adding them to our list, not committing to any work whatsoever related to the work Dr. Salkeld was talking about, which is around potential bond or other types of disclosures and works that they do on that larger level, and those are built into transactional work as opposed to billed at an hourly rate. So I think that what we will do is just continue to do as much of the gathering of documents and of cutting down in conversations as we possibly can to minimize that work. We've also worked very closely with the work. They recognize our fiscal situation. We've made it very, very clear that we want them to work efficiently, work leanly, and that frankly we'll be watching their bills on a very close level to ensure that we know who's working on a project, how much, and what they're doing.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Mr. Segura.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd just like to make one comment first, is that I have never voted for or discussed a PLA here at the board. So somebody said I have, and I have never have done that here at this board. So I want to make that perfectly clear and for the record. And then one question around this is this, it says, for assistance with future bond and disclosure counsel services. So is this totally around our bond or some of this around personnel, past or present, and like services to defend them or to defend us, or I just kind of want to know that.
So we have a request for information in from the SEC to us that's been provided. It's been requested by members of the press that are in this room, and they have copies of that letter. But yes, we have been requested information, or excuse me, let me rephrase that. We've been asked to hold documents and not get rid of them going forward. We have not been asked to produce anything. The only conversations we've had are related to that hold. And at this point, that's the extent of what we know, because the SEC is a very complex legal structure nationally, as many of our members of the public can attest to. It is something that we want to make sure that we are prepared to respond should they so desire to ask us for documents. We have no idea if they will, but we want to be prepared in case we need them. We will not be doing any work or spending money on this unless we are asked explicitly by the SEC.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to,
I'll second.
Okay?
Hall?
yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I think we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 20 to 8. Thank you. Where's my
Go home? Do you have to go home?
Thank you, Kevin. Be able to stand up and stretch my legs. Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's get started. We're on F8.
It was pulled by Mrs. Hall.
I'm simple question. I'm not sure who it goes to, so I'll direct it to the superintendent and she can direct it.
Okay, go ahead.
This is about the infrastructure and networking, right, work, F8?
Yes.
So we don't have district staff that would be able to do this? That's my question.
David.
Good evening, President Pike, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Jenny. Yes, we do have staff. However, we have a number of projects that we can't get to, and that's why we're going out to bid to use up $2 million that's remaining in E-rate funds. As you may or may not know, USAC basically pays us 80% of that, so we would only be liable for the 20% of that balance if we complete all those projects. So all we're doing is going out to bid to determine the infrastructure costs related to wiring and cabling.
Okay. So is the E-rate earned by certain schools or certain, and then we have to spend it on those schools only, or how is that?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, it's identified by school, and so we have a table. And so if E-rate expenditures have been expended for schools, we can't spend it on them. But there are a number of schools that have remaining balances, and so we're going to try to take advantage of that and use it for cabling and wiring.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a question there.
Go ahead.
So will these, I remember a while back, I think we put in the documents that you would need to have a VDV certification to do this voice data video certification to do this sort of work at our district. Will that be required on this?
Yes, the voice piece of it isn't, because that's not E-rate coverable. Basically, basic data cabling specifications.
Okay.
And low voltage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, David. We promise we won't ask you any more questions.
Would you like a?
Get some soup or something.
Yeah.
It's fine with me. Any other questions from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Hall.
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Segura.
Yes.
Pike.
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. F10.
I have several speakers. Maddie Adato.
Gosh, I haven't pulled so many items in a long time. That's not a good sign. In reading this and knowing that Mrs. Hall wanted and suggested to disband the facility subcommittee, I keep on asking myself, why and what's the motivation? Why would this committee be disband and the audit subcommittee stay if the audit subcommittee missed the entire financial fiasco? If this is considered to be disband, then all subcommittees should be disbanded because they're all ineffective. Now, I've been to the facility subcommittee meetings, and they're actually effective. Mr. Pike and Mr. Tarantino engage the public in conversation. They ask questions. We're permitted to ask questions and have a conversation and actually get answers from either them or from staff. Very different in the audit subcommittee. So my question is why are you even entertaining to be disbanded? I don't understand the motivation. And then for clarification, because everybody tells me that I said that you voted on the PLA, Mr. Segura. I don't remember doing that. I never said you voted on the PLA. I said you voted on PLA projects. And that's on record. Thank you.
Kathleen Shears.
At the last board meeting, Trustee Hall attempted to torpedo the facilities subcommittee, insinuating it was useless. Well, let's review the facts. The facilities subcommittee meetings welcome the community's opinion and input. Trustee Pike, chair of the committee, and Trustee Tarantino take great efforts to include community members in attendance, believing those who voted in trustees' voices must be heard. Community members, coaches, students concerned with controversial projects such as the Bonita Field were listened to. They were respected. The audit subcommittee, of which Trustee Hall is chair and Trustee Segura sits, has shown itself to be a complete failure. This district is under 5, maybe 6 investigations currently, yet Trustee Hall chose to focus on the timing of minutes versus using her supposed expertise as a budget analyst to dissect the numbers. This community is deserving of the facilities subcommittee, and I caution you of the message you will send if you should choose to vote to disband it. Chair Pike, Trustee Tarantino, I attend many meetings. Truly yours is the committee that offers the community what it deserves, and I thank you for that. In closing, I would like to recommend, here goes guys, the facilities subcommittee be expanded. Respectfully, I would like to be considered for one of those positions. Thank you.
Juanita McCoy.
Good evening. In August 2014, I started coming to board meetings because I was concerned about the Bonita Vistas, both schools, and the conditions that they were in. If we would have had a subcommittee back then where we felt like we were heard, that would have been great, because coming to a board meeting, I understand you listen, but are you really hearing me? Do I get feedback? Most of the time, sometimes no one replies to emails. So when you go to a classroom and there's water stains on the roofs or there's rats in the gyms, to have the ability to be heard in a subcommittee is great. Parents just want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emmy Wong.
Hello, board members and Dr. Jenny. Regarding facilities subcommittees, I feel that it is very important because, as Dr. Jenny said earlier, that it's the importance of community input and just having everybody having their voices heard. And also to make sure that all schools are considered. If you look, my son goes to Eastlake High School. He's in robotics. Every day I go and pick him up after school. And I park right across from a very beautiful building, which I believe the district spent millions of dollars on, which has a telescope. It's very beautiful, but what I hear is kids are not allowed to be in there. Well, how did that even happen? I mean, it's a very beautiful building. It has state-of-the-art telescope in it. Apparently, what I also heard was that it was never calibrated to the point of where it could be, used in a maximum amount what's capable of, because somehow it kind of fell apart. I mean, had a subcommittee for facilities been there at the time, I'm sure that probably could have been avoided. I mean, at this time, it just sits there. I believe that, there's another thing that the subcommittee can work on to what can we do to make that be useful so that the kids can actually use it. Things like that in the future shouldn't happen. And for that purpose, I believe that it's very important that we have community input for anything that the district spends millions of dollars. I don't see a point in why we shouldn't have any input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Marinovich.
Good evening again. I just two points. One is, as a board, and this has really nothing to do specifically to the committee, but just in general, and it does apply here. I would really just be sitting back and thinking, what can we do as a board to help gain the public's confidence that we want to do the right thing? And part of that process is getting as much input as possible. And here we had a committee that got public input in the process. So why the hell do you want to eliminate it? It just doesn't make sense from I'll say the word, political standpoint. Okay, I can say the P word here because I no longer have a job. You know, also the second thing is the committee is a balanced. If we're going to have an audit and finance committee, the facilities committee could be the two different board members, which is it's like a checks and balances, different perspectives. Third, and from the staff perspective, you have an opportunity for them, what I call to surface trial balloons, ideas and concepts, to get it, the perspective, elected officials' perspective on what is our options for facilities. So it's a way for staff to in a more quiet environment to see whether it's going to hold any water or not, or whether the board has some concerns about it, at least two members. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why would you want to disband it. It's just, you're creating enemies that don't need to be there in the first place by taking such action. I just don't understand it. And I hope that you just reconstitute the committee, have it meet more frequently, and maybe get input from the CBOC on some of the issues that might feed into whatever the agenda is for the facilities subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernardo Vasquez.
So I'm looking at the item, and it's to elect 2 members of the Board of Trustees to serve or to abolish the subcommittee. So I'm going to assume and hope that your intent is to elect 2 new board members. And I think my fellow community members have indicated why it's so important that you do so. I'm going to just read a few comments that I wrote down from Dr. Janney speaking earlier. Include all stakeholders, community input and engagement. Just to reference a few. If this isn't the time, board, to do that, after what you're dealing with now, again, from this side looking at it, I feel like you guys view like yourselves like you're on an island and you don't want to hear from us. I'm amazed by the amount of expertise that we have with everyday people here. Observations of moms whose children go to Eastlake High School and sees that absolutely beautiful but wasteful building that we spent millions of dollars on. Why would you not want to tap into that local expertise? I've been walking the halls of Eastlake High School for 9 years. Why wouldn't you want to tap into my knowledge about what's needed at Eastlake High School? I bet I know more than you about it, Mr. Tarantino, because I'm there much more than you are. And I bet that each of you have parents in your areas that have the same level of expertise. So once again, I implore you, do not be on an island. You represent us. Why not take advantage of the expertise that we bring to you? Maybe it's the way we approach it, and we get angry when we come up here, and we probably have a tone that's not very well received, and for that I apologize. But it just gets frustrating because it feels on this side like you're not listening. And that's all we're asking. Tap into the expertise you have. You've got a lot of expertise in this community. People that volunteer our time, right? We're not paid. None of us, I don't think anybody, is anyone being paid for being here? No one on this side is being paid. We do this because we love this district. Some of us went to school in this district. Some of us have had 2, 3, and 4 kids that have gone through this district. Please take into consideration that we are here to help. And right now, just for optics, is not a time to disband what is one of probably the best subcommittees that you've got in this district. Thank you.
No further speakers. Just pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Mr. Tarantino.
I just pulled it for the sake of discussion.
Well, let's discuss it.
Can I make a comment since Mr. Pike?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you mind if I comment since I'm the one who brought up the fact that I said maybe we should abolish it because I wanted to make sure that we all were hearing the options and the conversation around future facilities, projects, and made those decisions together as a board, because we were at that point in time looking at, we had just passed the Prop DD, that was on the horizon. And for my area, the areas that I represent, the schools that I represent, I don't just think about them. I think about all the schools. I listen to all the people. You can shake your head and think I don't, but I actually do. I know that there's a lot of need everywhere, so I wanted to be part of that. I didn't want to be excluded from that discussion and decision. But I have considered that a lot. I hear the public. I understand. I wanted to hear more than... I want to make sure we don't just listen to the loudest voices, but we listen to the needs of our communities. And I am not objecting to, I'm not saying that we need to abolish the committee anymore. In fact, I would like to see some expertise on this committee that has background in construction and works with it every day. And for that reason, I'm going to nominate Nick Segura to be on this subcommittee. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tarantino, you had a comment or just wanted to open up for discussion?
No, I was just going to open up for discussion.
Okay.
Through the chair to the general counsel, would the fact that Mr. Segura would be on the facilities subcommittee and his role in his everyday work, would that constitute a conflict of interest?
Thank you for the question to the general counsel. I think for me, we would have to do a deeper analysis of what the facilities agenda subcommittee items are. What I've seen in the past is it's project priority lists. Project priority lists don't interfere one way or another with an individual's jobs. I think that we would have to do just like we do on our board agendas, an analysis going forward, and those items could be different each time. So it would really depend on what got brought forward.
Mr. Segura, do you have a comment on this?
Yeah. So, I wouldn't mind being on that committee, but I just don't want to be the guy to slow it down or for whatever discussion wanted to be had there to be not had because I'm there. Okay. I appreciate the nomination, but quite honestly, I would decline it. I just think it'd be better if it wasn't me. That is what I do, and that's where I'm at with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I asked that question not as a gotcha, Mr. Segura, but as kind of a protection to you, so like that you wouldn't have to face any kind of adversity of being on there on that committee.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that I've enjoyed being on the facilities committee, and I think that it does give us the opportunity to meet with the public, including our fantastic staff who listen to your ideas, and I think it's a good idea that we continue. And so I'm going to make a motion to say that we should continue, and I'll nominate Mr. Tarantino and myself to be on the board.
Second.
Hall?
I'm not going to vote.
Okay. She can abstain, right? She can abstain? Is that what they call it? Yeah, okay.
Are you abstaining, ma'am? You're abstaining from voting? Is that your vote?
Yeah.
Thank you. Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstain.
Okay, we'll go to F10.
That was F10.
Oh, sorry.
We're on G1.
G1.
I have one speaker, Lorena Chavez.
Okay.
Good evening, Sweetwater Board, Dr. Jenny, Dr. Carberry, and staff. I am Lorena Chavez, Executive Director of Hawking STEAM Charter Schools. Hawking is here today requesting your support for a material revision to our already approved charter. We are grateful for the Prop 39 use of facilities granted to us over the existence of our charter, and now we are positioned to lease separate facilities and further our independent charter position. This material revision includes both the expansion into 8th grade for our current 7th graders, as well as our move into lease facilities outside of district facilities. As I have always said, Hawking appreciates our partnership with Sweetwater, and we continue to welcome its authorization and oversight. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, I have, is Ms. Hall, did you pull this item? You want to?
No public?
Pardon me?
There's no public comment on it?
That was the only one.
That was it? Okay. Yeah. First of all, I wanted to say that I hear a lot of great things about Hawking Charter, and I know a lot of students in our communities across the district have, families that have students there and are really, they value it, and obviously there's a lot of data to support your success. So I want to thank you for what you're doing for students. And I'd also like to say that I would like to ask if anybody's been out to actually visit this, who on our staff went to physically inspect the facilities that they're planning to move to make sure that they meet the requirements. Because I know when it started out, there was question about where you were located originally, where they had located originally when it first opened up. So I want to make sure that we are reviewing the actual facility before it comes to the board for approval. So who on staff did that inspection?
Dr. Janney?
So that's a great question. Between Dr. Carberry and Dr. Aguirre, has anyone gone to the facility yet? No. Okay, we can do that. We can absolutely do that.
Okay.
So is this an action item tonight? So we can do it, but we haven't done it yet, but we're going to approve them moving to this, even though we don't know if it's meeting the standards that they're required to have.
So it's not within the scope of the authorizer for us to individually go out solely for the purposes of facility approval, so long as their charter says they meet certain requirements. And so I think we do have the two addresses. Those were both in the petition, 497 East Street in Chula Vista and 1275 30th Street. If there's we go out and we do inspections, walkthroughs all the time as it relates to ensuring that they are in compliance with the pieces of the charter under which we look, which are instructional, financial, looking at board compliance, those kind of things. But if there is something you want us to do that's a walkthrough that stays within the scope, we would probably look to facilities to help us with that.
I think it's a protection for both parties, right? Because
Dr. Aguirre, did you want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, President Pike. Generally speaking, when a charter school wants to relocate, it's under the statute. There's a call for a material revision, so this must be approved by trustees in order for the charter school to be able to move. It's a part of the overall requirements. On the facility side, we'd be happy to come out here and review the facility. Generally speaking, a charter school on a commercial or industrial site requires conditional use permits or appropriate zoning. That's part of generally of a submission for consideration of an authorizer. And that's really the extent of the requirements. However, in this instance, if there's a desire by the board, staff would be, we could definitely go out there and visit the site. Again, this is more of a procedural piece where as long as the paperwork has been submitted for our consideration and deliberation, and must, in order for them to be allowed to move, it must be acted upon by the governance body that authorizes the charter.
Okay, thank you very much.
So,
Segura, did you pull this item?
Yes, but
Are you done? I'm sorry.
She's not done.
sorry. I just wanted to know if you guys could kind of talk about the facility a little bit and let us know, because I just want to make sure that, you know, we are aware of where you're moving, that it is an acceptable facility for your schools. Because we wouldn't want you to have to do that and then go, okay.
I think Dr. Aguirre covered the majority of it. Okay. The fact that we are required to have a conditional use permit, and that we're going through all of those processes in order to determine the facilities to be viable and appropriate for our students.
All right, thank you.
That's on the
Yes.
corner of 5th and
5th and E.
E. I know that where that is. Yeah, okay. That's a nice little spot. There used to be a church there or something.
It's currently a school.
Yeah.
This is our board president, Ana Loera Rodriguez.
Hello.
Hi. So I joined you guys late this evening, but I just wanted to say that we have done a ton of research and so forth to make sure that we get our kids what they need, right? I think some of you all have been out to our sites currently, and the kids are way super excited about moving. It's interesting though because they're sad. I have 3 that are in the charter, and they're sad to leave what has become their home, but they're excited to be able to have grass to play on and a cafeteria that, you know, a place where they can all really eat lunch together. They're not squished together. You know, the board and I have actually gone through, I don't know how many numerous reports and things. I've sat through some of the initial construction meetings, things like that. So I, as a community member, definitely feel, and as the board chair, that we're making the right decision for our students. And we do have, you know, all the artifacts that the city has approved and so forth, if that's something that you all needed to see. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to also add that if you go onto the Hawking website, they actually have all the plans for the school sites and what buildings, the construction in the specifically Hawkins 2 that are available for the public to look at, and that information as well as Hawking 1. And we did approve, they already have taken over rooms at the Victory facility for the kindergarten students that are there already last year.
Mr. Segura.
My questions are answered.
Okay. Mr. Tarantino.
Yes. I think the last time, Dr. Chavez, you were here, we approved the condensing of Hawking 1 and Hawking 2 into the Hawking STEAM Charter School. So will this move to 2 separate areas? Will this require a name change again back to the original Hawking 1 and Hawking 2?
No, we've decided to name each Hawking STEAM Charter School Site 1 and Hawking STEAM Charter School Site 2.
Okay.
They remain one name.
Okay. And my second question is, in the application, and I know that was the same application that was the original application, made a reference to your classified employees, that you were going to petition PERS, that they would be under PERS, and until that approval came, they would be under Social Security. Has that transition been made or not?
We moved away from PERS, or we were never under PERS.
No, you were going to apply for
We were gonna.
them to be under PERS.
Yes, we were. We intended to apply under PERS, and we did not. We removed that petition.
Okay.
And we are currently providing our classified staff with equitable, very similar benefits through a 403B plan.
Okay, so it's not Social Security.
Not Social Security.
Okay, all right. That's all I have.
Anybody else have any further questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to G1.
Move to accept?
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Let's go to G2.
Hold by Mr. Tarantino.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I noticed that Montgomery High School and Sweetwater High School are going to the same event, and yet the cost per participant is significantly different. And I was wondering if there was a reason for that difference in price.
Dr. Carberry, can you answer that question?
I will do my best to answer that question. Each of the assistant superintendents approve field trips for the schools they supervise, and I don't supervise Sweetwater. However, Yoli and I spent time today with Anna Maria and Susanna talking about this. And so different schools choose different options of how to go, right? So the students from Sweetwater are actually staying in timeshare. And so they have kitchenettes in the building, that kind of thing. And so they're going to be cooking in the facility, purchasing things, moving that way. And their parents are taking each girl individually with them, right? So they're not getting a charge for their the actual cost of travel, that kind of thing. Whereas the Montgomery kids are going together as a group, and so their costs, and they're staying in the hotel, which costs quite a bit, significantly more than the other costs that they've chosen for Sweetwater.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura? Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, G5.
Have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
President Pike, I just have a question, and that is why only 5 schools? And which 5 schools, please?
No further speakers.
Okay. This is G5. Approve, ratify the memorandum of understanding between Sweetwater Union High School District and the San Diego County Office of Education regarding data sharing services. That's one you're asking about. And the National Student Clearinghouse for the foregoing 5 school
Years.
5 school years. Okay. Okay, we'll let that one slide. Anybody else have any other questions from the board? Mr. Segura.
So when are we going to, if this is approved, when will we be getting our first data shared with us? And has there been any work on it done so far, or the whole story?
Mr. Winters.
Curious.
Good evening,
So nice
President
to see
Pike.
you.
Likewise, members of the board. Thank you for the question. Actually, we've had this data with the National Clearinghouse for several years. So we send our data to them, and we get reports back every year that shows where our kids are at in college. This contract is because the county is now offered to pay for this service for all districts in the county, and we gladly said yes. So we will continue to send our data to the National Clearinghouse. We get report backs every year, and we're glad to share those with the board. We share them internally often, year to year.
Yeah, I'd really like to see those numbers.
It's great data.
On retention and graduation and all that sort of
We'll
stuff.
absolutely provide that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. Anybody else have any other questions from the board?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's go to G7.
Pulled by Mrs. Hall and Mr. Tarantino.
Okay, Ms. Hall.
Who are the community relation facilitators? Yeah.
Yeah. So about half our schools have community relations facilitators. They're similar to student program facilitators, but they have a different job title. But they monitor students, they communicate with families, similar kind of job description as a student program facilitator.
Is that like a CIS?
No, this is a classified position.
Oh, it's classified? And what's the $500 cover?
You know that answer? All right, Dr. Winters.
Good evening once again. Yes, Ms. Alvarez went home sick today, but she gave me the key information for these questions. So actually, they do a lot of parent engagement, and this particular cost is for some PD they're doing, and it's paying for copying the training materials.
Okay, so These people are coming to us from Nevada or wherever? Denver? So that's Colorado, that's not Nevada. So they're coming to us and doing the training, and we provide a facility for them to conduct the training, and then $500, that's the max cost of what they estimate?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Tarantino.
Well, couple of things. I'm looking at what the topics include. Understanding the connection between family engagement and student achievement, how to plan and provide effective workshops for families, managing communication with families, developing problem-solving skills, and how to do effective outreach to increase family engagement. And those are all valuable lessons to be taught, and I just am wondering at what point will we turn to our internal resources to provide these same kinds of trainings, because I think we have the in-house capability of providing these trainings. And I think that as we move forward, we need to look more internally in terms of who within our staff can provide those trainings rather than going outside. And Dr. Winters, I have a question about the $500. I know that they said that their services are free. However, on page 3 of 10 of the MOU, item number D, this sentence caught my eye. This cost does not include the extra duty pay the community resource facilitators will receive for attending this training. So, am I to understand that there is a cost associated with the people attending this training? Is it within their workday? And at what rate will they be paid? And what is the end result in cost to us, even though it looks like $500 and a freebie?
Got it. So I'm going to defer to Ms. Delgado, who may have some more information about the details for those questions.
Thank you, and thank you, Vice President Tarantino, to ask those questions. Yes, they will be. Some of our CRFs are only 4 hours. Some of them are 6 hours, and I believe we have one that works for 8 hours. The training is going to be 6.5 hours. So for those that are 4 hours, so they can stay for the 6.5, we will pay them that extra time for their time. They all want to participate, and they're very excited about this training. And the reason, I think the other question was, why don't we do this in-house? Why is it that we're going out and searching for this type of professional development? And the reason that happened was kind of it's a long story, but I think the value of it is the partnerships, like Dr. Janney had mentioned earlier, the partnerships and the collaborations we establish, not just with our community base and with our faculty and with our teachers, but also with those entities that are also doing grants and doing research on how best to service our community and our parents, not just in Southern California, but all over the nation. So it's a value to us, and we're going to collect data, and hopefully we can learn from what we're going to see and the agenda that they're having. I already looked at it and it was great. And also the partnership that we have with San Diego State. So our CRS will be certified, and hopefully you can give them their certification that they're going to earn by completing this program in May, in your board meeting in May.
Okay. I guess for future reference, because of our budget crisis, deficit, whatever you want to call it, it would be nice to know an estimate of what the total cost would be in terms of if we do have to pay extra duty, and I'm all for that. Believe me, I don't want people to attend things for free, but it would be nice to know what the total cost would be in an estimate. It doesn't have to be exact because, like you mentioned, it's going to be different for each person. Cool. But you know, at a rate of pay of a certain amount per hour, that would be helpful to me.
And I can get you that information.
Okay. Thank you.
I would suggest that we send this back for that information because it's a precedent. I mean, obviously it's not disclosing the full cost when they put this summary together.
It's going to be less than...
yeah, but you should do that when you bring a board item. You should disclose all the costs, and it didn't. So you could bring it back at the next board meeting with the full cost disclosed. Did it go through finance?
and the cost has already been encumbered, and we do have the money for that. And it's going to be less than $600 because everyone has 1 hour, 30 minutes, an hour and a half. It's not even a full. It's not even one
Well,
person.
you don't encumber hourly costs, so it's not encumbered.
Okay, so the thing is, if the training is already going to happen, hopefully soon, if this goes until next month, we'll have to cancel the training and regroup probably until the end of the semester, and they won't be able to complete their project for May. This is also the partnership we have with San Diego State. So if you need this information, I can get it to you, and definitely I can provide that no later than tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I didn't see where it was with San Diego State. I thought it was with
No, it's with WEAC.
Metropolitan State University of Denver and Sweetwater.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll withdraw my suggestion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. G8, report on local control and accountability plan, LCAP goal number 1.
So this normally would have been a tag team tandem with Dr. Winters and Miss Alvarez, but Miss Alvarez went home sick today, so he's the Lone Ranger.
Okay, there you go. Good evening. Good to be here and share our LCAP goal number 1 update. And this will also include more than just LCAP goal number 1, because we're going to go over some of the dashboard data that came out in December, which really encompasses, in essence, all 4 of our LCAP goals, but goes very deeply into goal 2, as well as 3 and 4. So that being said, goal number 1, as you've heard many times, is about excellence in teaching and learning, leading to student engagement and mastery, so all students are college and career ready. And here is an overview sheet that shows the data in all the data points that are on the dashboard and the significant student groups by the colors that are chosen based on 2 things. And I want to make this really clear. It's not just status, but it's status and change. In most cases, you look at a 1-year change for each data point. So they're given a color based on the combination of the data we get on both status and change, anywhere from academics to chronic absenteeism. So I'm going to go through each data point rather quickly. There's a lot of data there for you to look at, and I'll be glad to stop if you want to ask for any clarifying questions. But we do want to share with you the overview of each data point briefly. So beginning with language arts, the data points is called distance from standard. And so each school on this language arts and math test gets a scale score. And the distance from standard is how close they are above or below the proficiency or level 3, which is standard met. So you can see overall we're at 1.8 points above standard as a district. That's the average of all of our student scores. And you're going to see the data shared in this way for each point. I've showed you the top, well, the student groups who are yellow and above, yellow, green, and blue. We have 5 student groups who are in that category. And then we have, for language arts, 6 or 7 student groups who are red and orange, the 2 lower categories. And you'll see repetitively 3 student groups in particular that show up in the red and orange often: foster youth, homeless, and students with disabilities. And I'll tell you about the implications of that at the very end. And then here's a chart you'll see for each metric, which kind of shows you briefly the 2-year comparison for all students on the very far left, and then each student group, black being last year and the blue being this year's performance. So you can see the change over 1 year for each of those student groups. Same thing for math. We have overall performance at 55 points below standard for average across our district, and there are, again, 5 student groups in the top 3 categories, and there are 7 student groups in the bottom 2 categories in mathematics. And once again, here's the comparison 2 years. So you can kind of see very static, overall, very little change in the all category. A couple student groups that did worse than last year, and a couple that did a little bit better. I also wanted to show you a couple data points that are not about last year. They're about how we're doing right now. Actually, no, I take that back. This is also from last year. This is a different way to look at the data. I've shared this before, but I want to repeat it. The core growth measure is a measure we get because of our partnership with the core districts. And they look at all the students in the core district, and they create a metric for every student that's called a growth measure. And it really gives you a better idea of how we impacted those students by our programs, because it doesn't just look at status and change, but it looks at each student in the context of which they, beginning with how they scored the year before, then they compare those students to similar demographics. So you can see that we have some schools who really show tremendous impact in math. There, that 98 is Castle Park Middle. Granger Junior also very strong growth in math. And that would basically tell us that they grew stronger than average compared to other students, similar students in the core districts. Language arts as well, you can see that both Eastlake Middle and Granger really showed very strong performance in growth. And in high school, you can see high school across the board, our growth was well above average in both language arts and math. So something to celebrate and just demonstrate that even though our scores were static, this does show that we had impact on those students, comparing their scores from when they previously took it in 8th grade. The English Learner Progress Indicator this year is baseline data because the LPAC was new last year. So you can see we had 62% of our students who were at level 3 and 4. And the LPAC next year will have some status and change data based on this year being the second year of LPAC. We do have reclassification data now for this year. We saw kind of that big drop in the first year of LPAC transition last year. That has bumped up a little bit this year at 10.9, almost 11% being reclassified. So I want to stop and slow down a little bit for college and career indicator. This is a newer metric, and it's a little complex. There's 8 different ways that you can be called prepared for college and career. So a student needs to meet any one of those 8 ways. You can see the list there, anywhere from getting a 3 on Smarter Balance in both cases, language arts and math, or AP or IB, passing 2 of those tests with a 3 or a 4, all the way down to CELA by literacy, A through G completion, CTE, etc. So there are a lot of different ways that you can get this. I'm going to show you not only our percent proficient, but show you the way our district students performed, which one of these they were considered prepared on more frequently. So here's how we scored. 44% of our last year's seniors were considered prepared. According to this measure, you can see the 7 student groups that were in the highest performing areas, and the 4 student groups that were in the low 2 categories. And then here, as promised, is, well, how they compared from one year to the next. The changes, again, pretty static overall, very little change, and some student groups that did go up, some that went down. And then these are the categories that our students met the metrics. So the biggest one on the left is A through G completion. Nearly 3,000 of our kids met the A through G category. And the next biggest one was SBAC, so that's almost 2,000 kids who met it based on a 3 on the SBAC. And the next biggest being either AP or IB. So again, going on down the line, very few students are meeting that criteria based on CTE completion or dual enrollments. But that gives you an idea of what our students are doing to meet the college and career readiness indicator. And in terms of some data right now at this point, this is a several years worth of data for A through G completion. We've been steadily around 50%. The 54 for this year is mid-year, where we're predicting we're at right now. Kids who are on track to be A through G this year, so a slight bump from where we ended up last year. Again, we're monitoring that as this year goes on to make sure that as many meet this criteria as possible. Question? Yes, sir.
I know that I ask this every time.
Yes.
Just to get reinforcement. The A to G completion rate, is that the true A to G completion rate with a C or higher, or is that what we consider an A to G completion rate, which is any grade other than an F?
Yeah, that is a true A through G completion rate as per the state of California.
Thank you.
Good question. So one of the data points that's been strong in our district for about a decade has been our increasing the number of students taking AP courses and passing. So once again, this just shows us again this year that we continue to get more kids taking AP courses, which is a good sign, a trend that's been going on here about a decade of increasing in those courses. Go ahead, Frank.
In terms of the requirement, are classes, are teachers who teach AP classes, are they requiring the student to take the AP test in order to get the full grade level equivalent, or it's their choice?
Student choice. Yeah, it's not a requirement to my knowledge in any courses. Some teachers give grade bumps if a kid takes it and gets a certain score, but then I think that's teacher decision as well.
Okay.
But requirement, no.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have our grad rate,
Could
which
have
is...
just asked her. That's what everyone's telling me, so sorry.
There you go. No, anything you need. So grad rate is steady around 85%. You can see 6 student groups are in the top 3 categories, and 5 student groups are in the bottom 2 categories of grad rate. And here you see that 2-year trend, pretty static, but there are some movements in terms of some student groups. Foster making a good jump there, a couple percent from one year to the next. And chronic absenteeism. This is a new data point. Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Tarantino.
I was going to ask, is that bump in the graduation rate for homeless and foster youth, is that because of the differentiated requirements through the state of California, would you say?
So I wouldn't say I would know for sure. My assumption would be that the same opportunity to graduate through those differentiated requirements were in effect the year before as well.
Okay.
But I don't think they were new to my knowledge. So therefore, I don't think that would be an impact.
Okay. I guess the roundabout question was, when did those go into effect, and how long have they been in effect? So okay.
I don't know for sure. Okay, so minimally 2 years.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Legal expert.
You need some time to wipe your brow?
Maybe. No, I'm good. I'm just going to slow down a little bit. I was told to slow down. So chronic absenteeism is a new metric. This metric last year only looked at absenteeism for 7th and 8th graders. The state of California decided to go that route. You can see the difference here. We have 10 student groups who are in the higher performing categories for chronic absenteeism, so we performed quite strongly on this measure, with 2 notable exceptions. And you see our foster homeless youth are the 2 that are quite low in the red category. So this is a data point that's of great interest to us. As you can see, that chart really dramatically shows you that difference in foster and homeless. And it's one of the things we're doing now in terms of analyzing that data, what happened, who are those kids, how can we better support them in this school year. So this is mid-year data. This compares the number of students who were chronically absent last year on the black line with those students right now mid-year at the same school. How many are chronically absent as of January 1st? So you can see we're in most cases quite a bit below that line from last year in middle school, and likewise in high school, the majority of those are lower at this point. Of course, it's mid-year, and we know that attendance continues to be a problem throughout the year, so sites were shared this data so they keep a track of those students. We have data systems that allow us to know exactly who those kids are and why they're missing, so we know the staffs are really working hard to support them so those numbers don't increase. Suspension rate is another one. As you can see, the top 3 groups, we have 10 of our student groups are in those higher performing areas. Our suspension rate right around 4.4% overall across the district. We do have 3 student groups who are in the red and orange category. So those are 3 groups that we're concerned about. And in terms of the change from year to year, it's pretty static. As you can see, though some student groups saw either a decline or increase. And in terms of mid-year progress, we see some dramatic changes. I want to note in particular Mar Vista Academy and Castle Park Middle, who were both around 8% last year, and now both of them, Mar Vista Academy below 2%, and Castle Park Middle right above 2%. So they've done some significant work to decrease suspensions. And I know we've done a ton of work around restorative practices and other means than suspension, so our district is embracing that work. We see in the high school also, I want to highlight Montgomery High, which you can see was 6% last year, leading the pack in a way you don't want to lead the pack, and so they've made a great improvement this year in terms of decreasing that suspension rate to 2% so far this year. So that was a lot of data in a short amount of time. There are accountability measures that now go into effect called differentiated assistance, so I want to talk about that. As a district, differentiated assistance is what used to be called program improvements, and the idea is that it's all about continuous improvement. So we do see some data points that are concerning, some student groups that are not performing as well as we would like. And so it's based on this chart that I showed you in the beginning. First, I want to note that the great thing about this focus on equity is if you look at all of our students across the top, they're all in the yellow, so they're all solid as an average across our district. But that's not a true picture of our district. As you can see, we have blues and greens, and we have orange and red, and so that really points out the need to focus on every student, each student, in fact. So you can see the three groups I've highlighted in purple who are the student group's performance, which is leading us to differentiated assistance. And it's because they've met the categories that you can see there, some more than others. Students with disabilities, they met it just in two areas, academics, both language and math, and the college and career indicator. For us to get out of differentiated assistance, we've already started that plan with the county. I'll talk a little about that in a minute. We need those student groups who are low performing to move up, increase their performance in those metrics, therefore to get out of red and orange, and not let any other group get back in. So we have our focus on supporting each student group this year. So those are the three student groups that led to differentiated assistance.
I got a question there, Mr.
Yes.
President. If you go back. So I see we have the foster youth homeless and the students with disability, circled.
Yes.
And so there's a plan to bring them out of that, right?
Yes.
So what's the plan for the English learners and the African American and who are close to that? I mean, there's a lot of orange and which is almost red. So what do we do to help?
Yeah, so that's a great question because what some schools who went in this last year realized is they would get the group out that was low performing and somebody else would sneak in. So it's imperative that we keep our eyes on every student group. I don't think we'll ever lose focus on English learners in this district. It's a constant focus. I'm going to talk to you about some of the things we're doing to support those student groups as well. So while we are very focused on these student groups who are clearly low performing at the lowest rate, we're definitely keeping our eyes on other student groups who may traditionally underperform or right at the cusp. So our efforts and plan need to continue to focus on those as well.
Thank you.
So these are the three student groups, and this is the plan that we've begun to work on with the county. In fact, we just started today, was day one, where you can see that Data Institute. So we sat with many other schools in the county. Actually, 50% of the schools in the county are in differentiated assistance, so we're not alone. And it is the same three student groups that are really the greatest focus across our county and across the state. So we started with this Data Institute today and dug very deeply into the data. From there you can see we have some plan action time and study sessions we'll continue on throughout this semester and coming up with an action plan in no later than the end of this semester in April, though there are some actions that I know we're taking right away, and we'll talk a little bit about what's going on already. This data is not completely surprising. These are student groups that we know struggle, and we have a lot of supports in place already. And as you saw with some of that mid-year data, we're seeing growth and improvement on some of those metrics already. So there's another form of accountability for schools, and this comes really out of the federal program. And this is the criteria that's used. There's two different ways you'll get targeted for support. There's comprehensive and targeted. Comprehensive is based on those same colorful chart, but for every school. And it's if your all-school student population has 2 years worth of these red and orange combinations. There's a whole different permutations you can come up with that would lead you to comprehensive support. So comprehensive is all students. Targeted is one or more student groups that have that same low performance. We just got that list of schools Friday, so we could not include it as part of this presentation, but we'll provide that for you. We do have a couple of schools who met comprehensive and a few schools that met targeted support criteria. And so we'll, similarly to the differentiated assistance, we will work together to help them do some data analysis, what the problem is, and come up with a plan to support improvement in for those schools. So quickly, here are some things that I mentioned before. We've got in place already to support these student groups that we've mentioned in this data. We have a department and, in fact, a whole district that's focused on the support of foster and homeless youth in many ways, the whole child, not just academics, but social and emotional, including food and clothing, and as you can see there. We are looking at many different ways to support students with disabilities. Currently, we have co-lab and co-teach classes where they get an additional teacher in their classrooms, programs like Read 180 and Math 180. I know there are many other efforts to do some rebranding or revisioning of special ed. I believe they have a meeting in the next couple days where they're looking at their entire program and how they might better serve our students with disabilities. And you asked about English learners, and indeed there are a few things, as you can see there, that they're constantly on our radar. The increase of the AVID Excel program and AVID across our district, we believe, is supportive of our English learners. You've seen the English Learner Master Plan that was redone, I believe, during this school year. And we've done a lot of PD around ELD, integrated and designated ELD. And here's some of the highlights of things I've already mentioned in terms of supports for schools. The Learning and Equity Walks is a great way for us to calibrate classroom performance across our district. We have leaders, all principals and other directors and cabinet level, walking campus to look at classroom instruction through the lens of equity, through quality, effective instruction, and we are able to really see good practices and practices that need attention. And I think that, which we began last year, has just built and developed throughout our practice of getting into classrooms across our district. Again, our focus is about effective first instruction. You've probably seen this before. We're committed to expertise, building our expertise in terms of developing high quality first instruction. And that's kind of the work of curriculum and instruction supported by other departments as well. So here's some of the goals from curriculum and instruction. Again, I've mentioned a little bit here some of these things. I want to add the work around NIMSY, which was not on that slide. So now let's talk about the ELD partnership. So we've had some PD done by the work of the California Reading Literacy Project, and they come out to some of our teacher leaders to support them how to do designated integrated ELD, which I mentioned earlier, so that our English learners get ELD support, not just in ELD classrooms, but in the content areas as well. So that PD has been very effective. So I mentioned AVID Excel, which has been, as you can see there, for over 1,200 of our long-term English learners.
I have a question back on the
Yes, sir.
previous slide. So can you talk about the articulated courses with Southwestern College?
Yes, indeed. So I've been a part of that discussion. We have programs that have been expanding this year. We've had some new agreements with them to increase the, I think they're called College Bound or CCAP. I don't know what that acronym stands for. But they are dual enrollment courses that we can give with Southwestern College teachers coming on our campus. Some of those are going to go in place, I believe, this summer. So it's absolutely something that we've been increasing.
Okay, thank you. I know we had that when we had our last meeting together that was discussed, and I know we have a Southwestern College board member here too.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure she knew I was paying attention.
No, it's been a great partnership, and we also, I want to add on top of that, our partnership with Southwestern College in terms of data sharing. They've been moving toward multiple measures to place kids in math and language arts in Southwestern College, because a lot of kids end up in the past were getting remedial courses and never getting out of junior college, not just at Southwestern. So we've had a great partnership with them to share data so they can make that a more informed choice for our students, so they have a better chance of not only getting into Southwestern College, but getting a degree and moving on. So speaking of college and career, I began to mention earlier about NIMSY, which has supported our AP, continuing increasing enrollment and success in AP courses. CTE pathway, we now have a sports medicine pathway at every school. And so these are areas where we're improving the CTE program as well, which is one of the measures you saw on the college and career indicator. EdTech is really working much more closely with curriculum and instruction now. We believe that the use of technology is all about supporting teaching and learning. So I work closely with curriculum and instruction to design the PD we've done both with our SLTs and the ELD work that you saw earlier, as well as supporting the TOSAs and the developments of instructional guides. So technology integration is embedded into those tools. So we believe we just work hand in glove with curriculum and instruction. Research and evaluation, really our big project has been getting data in the hands of our users, data that's on-time data. They can, some of the stuff I've showed you today about mid-year data, how suspension and chronic absenteeism. Here's another example of one. This is data from just yesterday that shows exactly how many seniors are on track for that A through G, the college A through G criteria. And this also allows them to not only see who's on track, but you can drill down to see how many courses they are behind for A through G. So for example, I just shared with the sites about a week ago, we have 500 seniors who are just one course short of A through G being on track. So they have that data, they know who those kids are, they know what category that's in, so they can provide the support to make sure they get that extra class one way or another. So this kind of data is data that we didn't have a couple years ago that sites now can make better decisions with that timely data.
So, to the chair, so what one way or another would that be for them to get that extra class? That class that they need?
Yeah, so it depends. There are some ways that depending on their schedule, they may have room to add it into their schedule. Like I remember seeing some examples last year where kids were taking a couple of VAPA classes that they didn't need for A through G, and they were like a science class short. Sometimes that's a choice a kid may make. They may prefer, you know what, maybe they're not going right to college right away, and they prefer to stay in VAPA. But at least they have that information to make that informed decision. Other times they can take courses through Apex and other means outside of the regular if they can't fit into their schedule. So counselors, better than I, know exactly what options they have to provide that extra course.
Thank you.
And last but not least, state and federal is supporting this work. We talked about the English Learner Master Plan that was redone and rolled out this year. And they've been quite busy with the old federal program monitoring. In fact, they're probably all right now looking at data charts as that visit is just a couple days away. So that's really important to keep us compliant and doing the things that we're required to do by the federal government. In conclusion, really our focus is about first instruction. And we've shifted our focus away from interventions to how can we provide quality first instruction. That's ongoing work that needs to continue to get really high quality instruction in every classroom. That takes leadership, and it takes that ability to monitor data with the data systems that we provided. So I'll be glad to answer any more questions you have.
Mr. Tarantino.
Is this level of examination conducted with students in alternative ed programs, the Learning Center, all of those programs, or do we not do that?
Could you clarify that? What level of examination?
Well,
you mean
this level of examination, does it include the students in alternative ed?
Absolutely does. Yes. So in the dashboard, all of our high schools, the Learning Center are a Learning Center, you asked about them, they're a part of the high schools. So if you see Castle Park High's data, it includes Learning Center students. Students who are in specialized program like East Hills Academy, Alta Vista, they have their own dashboard results. So they would be included, but they would be included in our aggregate data as a district.
Okay.
And including
So that would be under the all students category?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Winters.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to G10.
Followed by Mrs. Hall.
Ms. Hall.
My question goes to if this is the one I'm remembering, which I don't have it sitting out here. The schools that are listed that will be involved in this. It's
Mr. Winters?
If not, we have Ms.
Ranger,
Elgato.
Hilltop Middle, National City Middle, Sweetwater High School. Again, I mean, it seems like whenever we have these special opportunities, some schools always get left out. And, you know, a lot of times it's the Mar Vista Middle, Mar Vista High, and I keep asking why.
Mm-hmm.
And because every time we spend money for some schools and they get left out, it's not equity as far as I'm concerned, and it's. So, do you have an answer about why?
Yeah, so I was informed that this was offered to all schools, and these schools chose it for a complicated set of reasons. Some of the rationale I heard was that this arts program, proximity was one of the issues. I believe it's in National City. And so proximity to some schools made it more convenient for those schools to choose the program. I don't know if Ms. Delgado has any details to add to that, or Mr. Martinez?
Or Caesar.
Caesar?
Good evening. So the answer to that question is definitely proximity and the fact that some of these schools have already been exposed to the arts program before. Hilltop Middle also was exposed last year. Just some free services that they provide. Mar Vista Academy was invited to be a part of it. But due to some structural deficits as far as support for the program, it just wasn't feasible this time. This is a wonderful facility, and I suggest all of you go out and tour it if you haven't seen it already. I see this as just the first year that we're involved with arts, and if I could offer it to all of our sites, I would. But I was told, like, for the first board item you bring, you might want to keep it a little specific and narrow. So I would love to get more schools involved next go around.
By the way, this is Cesar Fernandez. He's our teacher on special assignment for our after-school programs.
Thank you, but you can understand my concern, because every time we turn around and do something for some schools, and these schools keep getting left out, and they're some of the lowest. I mean, they have challenges with their academics already, and a lot of other issues, so I keep asking for that to be considered whenever you do that. Sometimes I hear, oh, the principal didn't opt to be in part. Sometimes we have to opt for those things even though they don't, you know? So I would like to have a more, a better idea about exactly what structural things were preventing them from participating, and where can we help that? How can we bridge that? Because there's definitely a need. And I think for equity purposes, there's an extreme need. So.
No, I agree. I see Mar Vista Academy as having the same like deep needs that Hilltop Middle and say a Granger would have, right? And so that's why I brought it to them. They were having, honestly, they were having some staffing issues, and for us to be busing students back and forth and creating a program of this magnitude, we'd want a stronger set of staff members there. So that was kind of it, but we definitely offered it to Mar Vista Academy, and we'll give it to them the next go around.
Thank you.
Board Member Hall. Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board?
So this is offered after school at the 200 East 12th Street Avenue. That's where it's at, right? So I'll give you a holler and go visit it.
I appreciate that. It's awesome.
The arts is also part of where our Young Artists in Harmony, that was part of that night as well. They were the ones who coordinated the mentoring for the students.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
There's no more further questions. I'll
Motion
entertain
to
a motion.
approve.
Second.
Hall?
So it's being paid from the ACES grant? Yes. I'll vote yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Let's go to H2.
Pulled by Hall and Tarantino.
Mr. Tarantino, we'll let you start.
I was just going to ask, through the chair, has there been any thought of having the SROs attend expulsion hearings? And do they do that on a regular basis, or is it up to them? Or
Dr. Fulcher.
Thanks. They do attend our expulsion hearings, not each hearing, but a hearing where they've been involved in either a student arrest or confiscating some material that's illegal in our school district. And I would say maybe a third of the cases involves one of our SROs.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fulcher. That's all.
Mrs. Hall.
Yes, I'd like to know. Oh, shoot. I have to look at my questions. I know the main question, but I want to make sure I word it the way I had it in my email to staff. What has changed in the agreements to ensure we're protecting students from incidents like what happened at Montgomery High when they arrested students for something that occurred off campus?
So these agreements, there's one missing, and that's IB, are very similar to what was written for these law enforcement agencies last year. What we did in developing this agreement, as well as others, is we met a number of times with law enforcement officials from San Diego PD, Chula Vista, and National City. We made it real clear what our principles were, what our guidelines were before they could come on campus. There are some caveats, however. We have district policy, there's state policy, as well as ARs that say to us that we cannot interfere in a criminal investigation. So if there is something criminal has happened and the police officers, any police force, indicate they would like to come on our campus to either investigate or to interview, we can't intervene. Now, if it's an immigration issue, which we'll be hopefully talking about real soon because we're introducing a new policy, there's some criteria that we want to be met before we allow any type of interview to take place. But the language in these agreements is fairly similar to what existed last year, and that was after we met a number of times with law enforcement officials, top brass, to the rank and file officers to develop these plans.
So, even though the investigation could happen off campus, there's nothing we can do about keeping it away from the campus so that we don't disturb, like this creates real issues across trust with students and what's going on, and there's no conversation we can have, or we can't say, I mean, I can see if it's an immediate danger to students at the school at that point in time, but I don't know that that was the situation in this incident that happened, and I've never gotten a clear explanation, but I want to make sure we have protection in place so that we don't just have this happening. It's not right. I don't feel it was right. There was other ways they could have handled it. So can you tell me, did you have those conversations?
Well, while I can't or won't talk a lot about the details at Montgomery High, I'd be happy to discuss those with you in a different place, but I don't think publicly would be the venue for that dialogue. What I can say to you that any action that police agencies take on our campus only occurs because it's a serious safety concern or some other consideration around that student's own protection that need to be either, there needs to be some intervention around or there needs to be some type of police involvement for. We have had those conversations. We have those conversations on a weekly basis. These kinds of events don't happen often, and they don't happen because we've done we've created and discussed a number of different scenarios with our law enforcement officials. When they do happen, we debrief, and we debrief often until we're satisfied that we're doing the right things and that if we're not, we have a better plan going forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So what is a normal day for an SRO? So what does that look like? Just because I know.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm looking at you.
Because I see, I read what the school resource officer's responsibilities are, and number 1A is provide a highly visible uniformed police officer presence. So, kind of just to me saying that, seeing that, it just means, what does that mean? He's not, is it like more of a...
He's not in plain clothes. He's in his uniform.
Right, but it's not like, obviously, it wouldn't be like an intimidation thing. It's just kind of like, I'm here, if you got any questions, come talk to me. Or what is, I just kind of want to know that.
It's supposed to be a safety issue. They're supposed to feel safe because they see a police officer.
So, what did you, so what were you just, like, how does that work? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, it's partly a deterrent.
Okay.
When kids who have the thought that they might be doing something may change their mind because they see that,
But you got a smile on your face.
Yeah, sure, we have a smile on our face. And a song in our heart, yeah. But, yeah, no, it's.
No, I just want to know, it is, I just curious.
Yeah, no.
So if I could, most of the officers we work with, like Mr. Pipe would say, there is no normal day.
Okay.
Every day is different with a lot of activities occurring. Each of the officers that work with us have been exposed to restorative practices. So they're not the menacing figure that some people may think they are. They work hard to develop relationships with every student and staff at that school. And as a matter of fact, I would venture to say that most students welcome their presence and even go up and initiate conversations with many of our officers. So they're not walking around campus with this stern face and look, trying to intimidate student, staff, or anyone else.
This guy could have a stern face. No smiles. No, then that's the way. My wife has a principal, and she just loves her SRO. I mean, they're so very helpful. I just want to make sure people understand that they're very helpful. It's not an intimidation sort of thing, and they have a job to do, obviously, and they are in uniform, and that goes both ways, right? When it needs to be, but I hear my wife talk about the SRO. They're super helpful, and it's a benefit. I just wanted it to be said. That was all.
You can see our teachers in the audience shaking their heads over here, going, yes, yeah.
We don't have an SRO from the San Diego Police Department, do we?
No, we don't.
Do you have somebody in South San Diego, Southwest area, maybe?
So with Montgomery and in that area, San Diego PD, of course, they patrol, but we don't have a contract with them at their request. If there is an issue, the 911 is called by the school or by a community member. IB Sheriff, of course, provides support to Mar Vista High. And that contract will be coming to the board real soon. We're still working through a few areas that need further negotiations. And I have to just say to those listening and those interested, the actual cost for our Chula Vista PD support is over $200,000 more than we can afford. They donate officers and officer time to our district, and just want to make sure that I say to them how grateful I am for the support they have provided, and the officers they provide, because to each officer that serves our students, they are absolutely child-centered and child responsive. I should say student responsive and centered.
Yes, Ms. Hall.
I just want to say that what I got out of the safety meetings, the forums that we held, not only at Chula Vista but in IB, they are there to develop relationships and to be a positive face, because we know a lot of things that happen, and a lot of the media, the television programs, things, they don't always paint a positive relationship. So that is what they're there for. I know that they cover multiple schools. They don't just walk around one campus all day. They have to split their time. And I know that the one in IB, the sheriff, he has not only Mar Vista High, but all the feeder elementary schools from the South Bay Union School District that he is responsible for. So it is a positive. I don't want to make it sound like it. I don't think that. I think it's regretful that we don't have such a relationship and an officer from the San Diego PD to develop that same influence at the schools in San Diego, South San Diego, which I would assume are Southwest High, San Ysidro, and Montgomery. Right. Well, that goes with Mar Vista, so.
So I just want to be clear. San Diego PD attends every meeting we have. If there's a meeting scheduled here in our offices or away from our office, they always send their rep, and they have a normal cadre of officers who patrol those sites and schools. The only thing we don't have is an agreement or a contract with them. But we get the support and the services. If we call, they'll come. If we ask for something, they'll be there. So the one thing they obviously weren't comfortable moving forward with, and I guess they don't do this in San Diego either, or in San Diego Unified and other places, is develop a MOU or an agreement or contract.
Yeah, San Diego has their own unified.
They have their
school
own
district police.
Sure.
Okay, if there's no more further questions, I'll entertain a motion on H2.
Move to approve and ratify.
Second?
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Let's go to K4.
We have a speaker, but I believe we would give the presentation first.
Okay.
Good evening, President Pike, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Janney. So we'll be presenting today an update on the Governor's January proposal for the 1920 budget. And the key elements that we'll be touching upon tonight in the presentation is an overview of the state budget, the education budget itself that's been proposed, and the legislative landscape, as well as some accountability items that are included in the budget, and then next steps from here until May and then in June. So this was Governor Gavin Newsom's first inaugural budget, and so it certainly laid the groundwork and also the foundation, what we could look ahead for the next 4 years in his new role as governor. Certainly he comes into a budget situation compared to Governor Brown, where there is a balanced budget, the economy is strong, and there's also a significant reserve balance at the state level. But with that backdrop, one thing to note is that with Prop 98, which is the minimum guarantee for funding for school districts, there's very minimal change regarding, even though we've got a strong economy, doesn't necessarily equate to additional funding for schools. One other piece, too, to note is that for school districts, the local control funding formula is flattened out in terms of it is fully implemented. We'll touch upon in a few slides what it means with the cost of living adjustment. And there are continuing costs that are rising, such as pension obligations and just ongoing operational costs. One thing, too, that Governor Newsom indicated with his budget proposal is certainly a focus, and it did take center stage, and you'll see a common theme on some of the proposals, is his focus on early childhood education. And also with accountability, just as Governor Brown had before, it certainly remains a priority with Governor Newsom with the dashboard. And as what Dr. Winters shared previously, a couple of elements related to the dashboard. So kind of just again in contrasting, Governor Brown, he came into a budget 8 years ago where his primary focus was focusing on the state's health, getting that on track. He came in with a very fiscal conservative approach with ensuring that there would be reserves in place as well to kind of weather any economic uncertainties. And so this budget continues with that approach. Actually, because Proposition 2 passed a couple of years ago, this budget proposal includes $15.3 billion in reserves. That actually exceeds 10% of the target within Proposition 2. So that's a key item to note there as well. And similar to his predecessor, Governor Newsom, does have an element of conservatism in his budget proposal, just to, again, weather perhaps any recession. So that is factored into assuming that if there is a loss over the next 3 years, what that would entail. And there's a $70 billion factor, which equates to about $30 billion for Prop 98. So he is kind of looking to the future, just in case, but also with a lens of conservatism. So as we progress with the budget for 1920 and then also in out years, something from the state level at the macro level to always keep in mind as the Department of Finance works closely with the governor's office is 3 key factors that really guide what is in the proposal. And so for us, just to keep an eye on job growth, increasing wages, as well as just inflation. So these are key factors for us to monitor. Come May revise what changes might be included in there if the economics at the state level change based on these factors. One other item here is to note that the big 3 revenues that really contribute to the state's budget is personal income tax, sales and use tax, and corporation taxes. And what this graph here notes is the Legislative Analyst Office in November issued a projection, or kind of where they thought where the budgets might be. And as you can see where year over year kind of aligned where they were in November, along with what the governor included in his January proposal. However, one key difference is in 2021, the LAO also did include a scenario if there were a recession, but the governor's office, along with the Department of Finance, continue to take the more optimistic approach. But again, it's just something to keep in mind on the horizon as we look at not only 1920, but the subsequent years. Aside from the educational budget, key areas that are progressive initiatives for the governor that is outside of K-12, he's looking to make contributions to the paid family leave program, as well as universal health care, housing development, and he does have a focus as well in higher education. So those are other considerations in terms of priorities that he laid out in his proposal. What's not in the budget, and what I'd like to highlight here, is what I consider the details. And the governor did propose a contribution, or at least a proposal of an additional funding of $576 million towards special education. However, the details were not provided yet. That's something for us to monitor closely and to see how that could impact Sweetwater, but those are still unknown. Same thing with his early childhood education program. Certainly doesn't impact Sweetwater, but in terms of what that'll look like, for us to kind of closely monitor that. The LCFF targets, we'll touch upon them, we'll show that in a subsequent slide, are reflective of the cost of living adjustment, but there is no additional increase for the base necessarily, and that's an area I think that there's certainly some opportunity for advocacy, but there is nothing that's increasing that base going forward other than cost of living adjustment. And similar, unlike I should say Governor Brown, this budget proposal does not have one-time discretionary grants that became common during Governor Brown's time as governor. So what this slide shows here is just a snapshot of the state's general budget, and key areas that I'd want to point out is comparing 1819 to 1920. Just the first line, prior year balance. One thing to note is there was a carryover balance that did help contribute to this year's proposed budget. However, that is a change going into next year. Those carryover balances are now factored into 1819 and do not move forward. You can see a $12 billion versus the $5 billion. One other thing, just again, a modest increase, as I mentioned earlier, with Prop 98 expenditures. So 54 versus 55 billion. But then too, you can see that bottom line change considerably, about $2 billion as it relates to the rainy day fund. So that commitment there continues and it's increasing. Okay, so getting a little bit into the details with the education budget. So the basis of funding for school districts in California stem back to 1988 under Proposition 98, which indicated under the state constitution what the minimum funding will be for K-12 and community colleges. So Prop 98 is basically, in essence, K-14. You had those 2 years. And there are criteria or considered tests and how those that minimum guarantee is factored. And so the first test is a share of general fund revenues. The second looks into a per capita personal income along with average daily attendance. And the third test looks into the per capita piece related to general revenue growth. And where all these different inputs come in right now, it appears that it's projected to be a test 1. So school districts under Prop 98 will be funded under a share of general fund revenues at this point. And so this next graph just indicates that the minimum guarantee for 1920 is projected at about a little over $80 billion for education. And this is a slide that I've shared with the board in previous presentations. You can see from 13-14 when local control funding formula was initiated or it started to be implemented, and you can see that ramp up, and this certainly aligns to the economics at the state and also Governor Brown's proposal or commitment to implementing LCFF, and now where we're at with 1920 with about that $80 billion, but you'll see that now that it's fully implemented, it'll start to level off. This slide here notes the, as we talk about the LCFF calculator and what puts all of the information together in terms of what factors in as our base to our by grade span. So for 912 as an example, taking the base along with the increase in cost of living adjustment, it modifies that for 9 to 12 to $9,347 per student. One thing I'd like to note here is that at first interim, we had 2.57 as the cost of living adjustment, and so now the governor's proposal says 3.46. So a portion of that base was already factored in at first interim. And so when you take this base amount, there are additional, it's considered grade span adjustments. And so for Sweetwater specifically, so 912, there's an add-on, which is for the career technical education. So it modifies that base to $9,590. And I'm kind of just crosswalking through each of those elements to get a modified amount. And then because too, Sweetwater has an unduplicated pupil percentage of over 60%, we also are eligible for the supplemental and concentration grants that are above that base. So as you can see there, the little over 1,900 and 4,700. And those are what's considered and what's noted in the LCAP. This slide here, I'd like to point out 2 items, which one of them I've shared with the board in previous presentations as well, which is always a risk, whether it's the governor's proposal now in January, also then in May or in June, is the cost of living adjustment number that you can see the percentages year over year. And as an example, in 16-17, there was 0% that was included in the cost of living adjustment in the budget proposal. The other piece, so it's always something to be mindful that, yes, we've had, it can be volatile. It can go up and down year over year. Last current year, 3.70. Next year, it kind of goes down to 3.46. The other item that I'd like to point out, kind of putting things into perspective when LCFF was implemented in 13-14, and where Sweetwater is at above that 50% unduplicated percentage. So it's that middle column. In the early years of LCFF implementation, you started to see that ramp up. You can kind of see the school districts that had higher percentages, they received a little bit more funding. But now, as school districts, and now that LCFF is fully funded, as you can see with 1920, there's not a differentiation. There was a ramp up as it related, and those school districts that had any of those percentages in high unduplicated percent received additional funding, but now it's starting to level off for everybody, for all school districts. And so I think going forward, that's something for us to keep in mind of, with full implementation, the cost of living adjustment, In some cases, even looking at 18-19 is not keeping up with the consumer price index. And that is another variable that we factor in when we're putting together the budget. So even looking at 18-19, the COLA that was included is actually much lower than the CPI. And as if you start to look in the out years, that's also the same case. So it's something to keep in mind. One of the other commitments that the governor made in his budget proposal was to contribute $3 billion of non-Prop 98 monies to address the liabilities related to CalSTRS and also CalPERS. So there's about $2.3 billion at the state level that'll be contributed, but specifically to school districts, $700 million will help offset the contribution rate for 1920 and 2021. And that's kind of show you here on this graph here. What was projected was the green line, so we were anticipating 18.13, and now based on the governor's proposal, we're anticipating 17.10. And then when you look at the out year for 2021, again, a 1% difference. One thing to note about CalSTRS is in 21-22, the CalSTRS board has the authority at that point legislatively to modify these percentages. So for something for us to also monitor in the out years if that could change and create additional risk to the budget. Now this is CalPERS. CalPERS is, these rates are adjusted annually by the CalPERS board as they evaluate their actuarial obligations. And as you can see, 1 year from 18-19 to 19-20. We already had this also factored in the first interim budget projections. It'll be about 20.7%. But when you start to look at the out years, that's increasing to almost 26%. This slide here is just to further emphasize, unlike prior budgets in prior years, where we did have one-time discretionary grant funding. 1 year as an example, as 2015-16, it was as high as $530 per ADA. And as in like current year now, we have $184 per ADA. This budget proposal does not include that. So there are no additional funding sources related to that. So that is a key difference in this that Governor Newsom has proposed. Mandate block grant, school districts do apply for this on an annual basis in August, and this is to cover services that the state legislature or the government or state government has imposed on school districts to follow up and provide some type of specific requirements. They provide a flat amount per grade span. There's no change; it stays static going into 1920. One other item that the governor has proposed, and it is his commitment, as noted on there, from cradle to career. He does want to look at a longitudinal data system, looking at from pre-K to college. And he is making a one-time investment for initial planning purposes of about $10 million. That is something that he has included, something again to monitor and see how that is implemented over a course of time. But also provides an area perhaps at the state legislature level where they could negotiate from now until June if those dollars could be redirected elsewhere. One other area that the governor has made a commitment to is in facilities. He has proposed $1.5 billion for sale of Prop 51 bonds. This provides an area of opportunity for us as a school district to pursue potential funding for modernization or new construction that will complement our existing bond program. So it's something for us to monitor closely. But another item here to note, because you'll see the common theme from the governor's standpoint about kindergarten and that early childhood commitment, he's also set aside $750 million for full-day kindergarten facilities. Special ed, again, goes back to the $576 million that I mentioned earlier. The only focus that has been shared up to this point in the proposal is the intent is to serve students with disabilities or school districts that have high percentages of both students with disabilities and unduplicated students. another key item is that it's not included, it's outside of AB 602, which is the state funding. So at least it's not included within and not being factored in the existing dollars. So it's something for us to monitor closely over the next few months. And this slide here just demonstrates too how enrollment is flat in terms of students with disabilities. However, the needs are increasing over the course of the last few years. And that too, as we're seeing that in our budget, the increasing costs to the program. Career technical education, the governor does not have any new funding for CTE. What we've noted here is just the continued commitment that is in the current year budget for 18-19, and Sweetwater did apply, as noted on this slide here. Applications were due last Friday, and so Sweetwater did apply for that funding source as an area of opportunity to continue with some of our CTE programs. So with all of those details, kind of bottom line, what does it mean to Sweetwater? And as Dr. Janney mentioned earlier in her superintendent's message, using the assumptions from first interim. So assuming things remain static with enrollment, none of those changes, it was simply as a way to understand and get a ballpark of using those same assumptions. So the cost of living increase, as you can see there, taking those first interim projections, making that change to the governor's proposal, is about $3.3 million. Having the reduction of the STRS employer rate from 18.13 to 17.1 is about $1.7 million. So together it's a little over $5 million. And I just want to stress, when we bring back to the board in March the second interim, those revenues could change, because if there are factors as we evaluate the P1 attendance cutoff, which was in December, and we evaluate that information, that could change. So our revenues could go downward because if we're seeing a continued decline. But I just wanted to have this as that point of reference when we use first interim data based on what we know is in the governor's proposal, where we're at today. Now certainly we can move forward to help apply this $5 million towards our projected shortfall of about $42, $43 million. So we want to set that aside, but knowing that there's still some risk that things might change. Okay, so from a legislative standpoint, again, these are the educational priorities. So, early childhood education, facilities, LCFF, special ed. There is also a focus for charter schools, and since we have 2 charter schools that we authorize, about charter petitions, charter renewals, and transparency requirements. So these right now are the areas where legislatively and the governor, the focus will be on in the next few months in various committees and as things progress towards May. Now
accountability, similar to Governor Brown, the Governor Newsom's making the same commitment to the dashboard, but there is a lot of questions at the state level in terms of the efficacy of the LCFF funding. How do we know it's working? Where that accountability comes into play. There's a lot of new transparency requirements that we'll have to factor into the LCAP as we move forward, but the state's goal is to have a single coherent system of support. And as you can see here with the LCAP, the dashboard, the various systems of support, and there's also the federal addendum that helps complement the LCAP that ties to title monies as an example. The key primary focus is to have a coherent system with obviously being driven by the LCAP. And as we continue now that work ahead, looking at our 18-19 and start to do our community outreach over the next few months for the 19-20 budget. There are a few things that are going to be changing. Will be a new budget overview for parents. There's a new template there, and plus aligning some of the work that we're doing with the Every Student Succeeds Act and the related requirements there. And this graph here just notes that now that with full implementation, the minimum proportionality percentage, which was a requirement of those set-aside dollars with concentration and supplemental dollars, that we now need to demonstrate and show that those services are meeting the needs that those dollars were intended for.
And so in terms of next steps, this was just the beginning in terms of what the governor shared. This is certainly not the end. A lot's going to occur from now until May. There'll be a lot of committee meetings, a lot of budget review. The state legislature may challenge the governor's priorities, and they may have their own proposals. So that's where a lot of the negotiations are going to come into play. One unique difference compared to prior years is Governor Brown, it was predictable in terms of some of the actions and some of the things that we could see. But now with a new governor and a strong legislative leadership, how will that play out over the course of the next few months? And how will that materialize in May revise? That's kind of the unknown variable for us, given not having a little bit of that history. We're starting to build that history going forward. So this is just the start, and so we're working closely also now. Over the next few weeks, we'll be working with our school sites to work on their budgets for 1920, so that we can bring that to the board here in the upcoming months.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions?
We do have one speaker, Mr. President.
Oh, sorry.
Nick Marinovich.
3 quick things. It appears from the presentation that the current governor is still going to remain relatively conservative, so you can't count on a big bunch of new revenue with the way the Department of Finance seems to be proceeding with what the prior governor took. So that's, in one way, is not good news for the district. The second thing, I'm hearing a number of the presentations here, is that we've got to get a handle, I think, the district does, as I'm sure you all know this, on ADA. The revenue impacts, because it's a statewide trend of declining enrollment at schools, and it's something you're going to have to deal with. Third thing, what I'm hearing about all this, when you sum it all up, is you can't count on the state to bail you out, and you've got a structural deficit, and you're going to have to deal with the cold, hard facts of the arithmetic of the budget, personnel, salaries, total budget expenditures. And it's a tough one, don't have the solution, but it isn't going to come from the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. You do?
Yeah.
That's all.
Nobody else does. Nobody else? Okay. Dr. Sakel, could you kind of give me, how does that connect, the CPI and the COLA? How does that connect to like per student funding? How does that impact? What does that look like?
So per student,
eventually it boils down to per student funding to us, right? So when you see something like what you were pointing out on the slide with and I had it bent, but let me find it, where you showed the COLA and
slide 15, and there's a carve out to show what it adds to the base.
Right. No, it was more about the price index, the statutory COLA and the price index, yeah. So when you see those compounded effects, the things that you're talking about, I'm not really connecting it to how does that really?
So the cost of living adjustment is tied to, as noted on there, the implicit price deflator. It's kind of all the economics, but it ties to all of what the U.S. Department of Commerce sees as an average cost of living adjustment, whereas the consumer price index factors in costs that there's a list of goods and services and the inflation factor.
Right, so what it means is that the cost of things are going to increase more than what the funding that we get.
Correct.
So that's basically what it says, right?
Correct.
And then about the pre-K emphasis in the governor's budget, where is that money coming from? I think it was $1 billion something.
So it is out of one-time money. So instead of allocating dollars one time as we've seen in the past, that's where a lot of those commitments are coming from, those dollars.
Oh, so he's not going to spread it out. He's going to do it strictly to commit to that.
Mm-hmm.
So we can pretty much count out getting one-time money.
Correct.
So it's not coming out of Prop 98? That that means that
Because that would have been a reshuffling, that would have taken away.
Right.
from
It
POP,
would
so
have
that would've-
taken out of our pot anyway. But the bottom line, I'm trying to. So we have a slight increase if they do go up. If he spreads more Prop 98 out for the grade level, the ADA funding, that, you know, if that increases like you showed in that earlier slide back on 15, it's not really going to be something that's that we can count on in this point of time because it's too early in the budget cycle, right? All these things are just this is a proposal. March the legislative comes back, the legislature comes back with their proposal. There's a lot of back and forth through the May revise, so we won't really know what that looks like until closer to May.
And that's like I mentioned, the unknown factor of what can happen from now until then, and given those proposals and what others might challenge.
And so when we look at the second interim and we have these proposals, and you mentioned, when do we know what we're allowed to count in for a second interim in the out year projections?
So we use the best information that we have
at the time.
So it's when I've mentioned before, points in time. So now, back in December, we didn't have this information. Now that we have the governor's proposal, most school districts use this information to do their budget planning work, but yet being mindful that there's some risk because things could change all the way through June. Things could change. But these are the points of reference that we will include in our second interim
And
projections.
So the county does, what's their role in that? What's their role in telling us what they can do and what we, do they just go with these numbers, or do they?
We will present the assumptions to them, similar to what we did with first interim, when we will use this basis of information as that data. They can certainly question it, certainly ask for, we would want things to be a little bit conservative, but where we're at as a district going forward, we're going to use this information that's best available to us.
And so did I hear you say that we had a decline in enrollment with the P1?
That's data we're looking at.
Okay.
So as we start our work with second interim, we're going to look at P1. That becomes a measurement point for us. We're going to look at the latest CalPADS information as well, and then we're going to see if there's any subsequent trends that further decline that.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Any other questions?
President? If I may. Okay, with regards to the budget possibly changing, I know many of us individually are talking to our legislators and those people that we know up in Sacramento. What can some of our constituents do with regards to? I know, like Mr. Marinovich said, we can't count on the state to bail us out, but I think what kind of things can our citizens do, our students, our teachers, to try to see if we can get more budget allocations for the school systems?
Let's see. On slide 33, we have a couple of legislative items, is to at least continue the commitment to LCFF, but increasing that base. If we can have more funding in that manner, that there's been different bills that have been proposed, especially last year, and I think are going to be reintroduced this year. That's an area that we can certainly redirect some of those one-time monies as an area of opportunity to enhance revenues for school districts. Also, again, where some of the investments are, identifying that, but also looking at the reserves. As I mentioned in one of the earlier slides, it is over 10%. It has its own complex calculation to get there, but if there's an opportunity there. And certainly maintaining the proposal of the STRS rate being decreased to about 1%, if that can still hold. So I think it's, any of those items that may have that economic benefit to the districts, at least maintaining those or improving them where the negotiations will come into play at the state level.
Okay, so Dr. Jenny, would it be possible to have like a set of talking points or something on our website where we can send some of our constituents to, so if they so choose to call our legislators, and just so they can put a little pressure on them to help, because it helps the district, but it helps the students in the end. So
Sure, absolutely. We can do that, as well as there is a website where people can go and sign a petition for full and fair funding for California schools. And so we'll put that on there as well.
So would you suggest that we kind of, one of the points is to put some of the money that would go into that rainy day fund and to continue building a rainy day fund would be instead earmarked to bring the LCF up base funding?
It could be an option
to an
to
increase
explore.
if we were going to point to something that they could.
I think there's certainly some opportunities.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Doctor. And let's go to L3.
Yes, I have a couple speakers. Maddie Adato.
I was looking over this agenda item, and I found a very similar position called a personnel analyst, and that's the job description that I'm giving to you right now. And I read both job descriptions, and I would say that it's above 90%, almost the exact same job duties. So my question to you is, do we need another high-paying position? And also, if you're asking teachers and everybody in the district to consolidate their knowledge, maybe this person that already holds the personnel analyst would be able to perform the exact duties that the budget position control analyst does. So since, and you said it in the beginning, Dr. Janney, where we were kind of wanting to consolidate and make sure that we don't have duplicate positions and things like that. So my suggestion to you as a board is probably hold off on this and see if anybody in the district holds any of these functions, especially the position that already exists, and maybe they can probably consolidate into this one thing and not have to hire someone else at $101,000. That's a lot of money. Thank you.
Kathleen Shears.
I have received several texts, emails, and 2 calls from employees incensed over this agenda item. I'd just like to know, how many people do you need to peel an orange? The district's propensity to accept less than is most evident in this proposed hire. If this district were purchased by a Fortune 500 company today, I guarantee all personnel would be held accountable. In corporate America, you either do your job or you're gone. I am often contacted by district employees sharing horror stories of incompetence, lack of accountability, and people going along to get along. You have a majority of staff who are truly committed to excellence, many of them carrying the water or doing the cleanup of those who do not have the ability or view their employment with the district as simply a paycheck. When is the last time you as a board took a look, department by department, of personnel and their individual major job descriptions? Truth be told, few, if any, have written major job descriptions. For those who take offense to my opinions, that's your prerogative, and I would recommend, if you feel the need to share to someone else. I was a corporate America employee for 20 plus years. I started as an entry-level position. I did the hard work, and my propensity to excel got me where I wanted to go. The standards I chose to work by and the standards my company demanded were documented and rated in a yearly review based on hard facts and data. The time has come for this district to demand from all of its employees a standard of excellence, stop their practice of hiring a qualified employee to accommodate an employee who is not able to perform the duties assigned, that you choose to keep and pay, or should I say we pay? In closing, I'm of the opinion if the district had some type of measuring tool to weed out the incompetent, you would find you would need fewer employees, and those you did employ would benefit from increased salaries and more opportunities for promotion. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Any comments from the board?
Mr. Pike, could we talk a little bit about this position? So between Dr. Glover and Dr. Salkel to talk about, first of all, when I mentioned in my message earlier, FICMAT, last year's school services report, and other reports have mentioned that this is an area of weakness, position control. And so looking for a new system will help, but a person in that position is something that has been recommended by all of these reports. And so I'll let Dr. Glover talk about the how we came up with the job description for the budget control analyst and how it might relate or not relate to the personnel analyst.
Thank you, Dr. Janney, President Pike. The personnel analyst position we have is predominantly informed with our personnel system as far as the looking for positions and monitoring position control for personnel after we've hired them. This current position works predominantly with our finance system to make sure that all of our positions are budgeted. They're similar in their ultimate design, but classic position control is a combination of finance, making sure that there's a space in each one of the budget positions, and then HR, making sure that we have a personnel, meaning a face, to put in each one of the spaces. So it's a combination of these two positions that allow us to have position control up and down the organization.
And I would just like to add, this particular position will work as a key liaison with the budget staff, with the programs, with the schools, and with HR to help ensure that the budget is there before any request for personnel comes through, and meets and connects all of those elements together to ensure that, again, we have the checks and balances before it proceeds to HR for staffing. And as Dr. Janney mentioned, it is a key area that is lacking, and a lot of the systems we have are manual, and with a new financial system and with this particular role, they're all very complementary to ensure that we can get the reports and the accurate information moving forward.
Thank you, Doctor. Any other questions? Mr. Tarantino.
So as a point of clarification, we do have someone in this personnel analyst position right now.
That's correct.
And they're working under HR.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I had a question. So
Go ahead.
this is a, just so we're clear, this is a brand new position. This will be a brand new hire. It's not moving somebody from wherever. It's not moving from somebody internally to this position. This is going to be put out, and we'll hire somebody new.
It is a new position, but that doesn't mean that we're necessarily going outside the organization to hire someone. It will depend on if anyone within the organization has the skills that meet the job description.
Thank you.
Have to apply for it. I go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to make a motion, so I don't want to.
No, I was going to say I work in an environment with position control that is quite different from the role of the HR, an HR analyst or an HR human resource officer, or the different support staff for that process. And the position control on the budget side is really controlling whether or not things go through. Really puts a tight control on that. So this is establishing a position. It's not necessarily hiring yet, so we still have time to consider that and prioritize that need along with the other things we're facing. So establishing the position does not mean we're going to fill it right away.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, L4.
Pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Yeah, I just pulled this item basically as an example that we are committed to meeting the needs of students against the backdrop of the early retirement incentive. You know, there seems to be a drumbeat out in the public that we're filling positions with unqualified substitutes, and they don't have the expertise, the training, or the experience in in classroom management or the academic preparation that's necessary to teach the class. And I think the fact that we found somebody who fits that position, in Filipino language class, shows our commitment to the fact that we are committed to ensuring that dedicated and trained teachers are taking the places of those who have retired. And that was all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Hall? Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
M1.
I have two speakers. Kathleen Cheers.
Apologize. I'd like you to look at number 1. Another $250,000 added to this project. We're expected to believe an ADA requirement was overlooked. This is ridiculous. ADA is a top priority, and when that snack bar was built, surely they knew that. I am now revisiting my concerns relative to the Moss Adams review in their audit. Number 2, last month the budget for the original pool, which has now been declared the Aquatic Center, was $17 million. I believe it started out as about a $5 million project. One would think that the $2 million the state's contribution would then allow for the $2 million of the 17 to be moved to another project. But instead, we've bumped the project cost up to $19 million. So the project is $17 million. We get $2 million to offset the cost, but we bumped the project cost up to 17? 19? Number 4, under what semblance of transparency do you agendize an HR software expense as a capital facilities project? $1.8 million for HR software? Is that what I'm to read into this? Does the county have this program? Is it the PeopleSoft program? Was this item originally listed as an F item on the Thursday release? Because it appears that there was a very large item Thursday night that disappeared between Thursday at 5:01 and Friday at 5:01. If this is the PeopleSoft system, based on my research, if we went with the county, it would cost approximately $160,000 a year based on the published fee schedule on the actual site. So these are the kinds of questions like the $19 million and the ADA. I mean, you all need to really start looking at this stuff, because we, the public, we're kind of going backwards. And this is very, very concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Marinovich.
My only final comment on tonight's agenda on this item, I want to let you know, so it's on a positive note, because this relates to Prop O projects, some of this item, is myself and Terry McKerney from the Bond Oversight Committee met with Janaea and Moises in sort of a clear the air meeting in terms of transmitting information and how we're going to share information, and maybe try to find some common ground in terms of how to make the meetings operate even more efficiently. And we came up with some good ideas today, and I want to let the board know that not everything is negative, that we did have some very good ideas. And one of them was, because staff spends a lot of time preparing this M1 report, and it's like risk reward, how much time do we want to spend on that? And it is a lot of staff resources. So I certainly appreciate the fact that their staff has gone, which kind of startled me, has gone from 15 down to 5 when they first started. And he didn't tell me to say this. They are definitely feeling stressed in terms of the amount of workload. It's pretty obvious, and I think we're trying to be sensitive to that in terms of what we ask of staff in terms of our meetings coming in the future. So I just want to make you know that it's not all negative. We're trying to work with them in terms of making things more efficient in terms of sharing information with the CBOC. And it was pretty clear, and look, staff has gone, I know I'm not giving you the party line from there, but it is definitely a staff who's kind of gets the brunt of the criticism like that. It's not an easy environment to work in that kind of situation. I mean, I know everybody's paid well and all that, but they are human beings, so I do recognize that, but we do have to, in closing, have to improve on the transparency aspect about things. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers. Pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Mr. Tarantino.
Yeah, I was at Montgomery High School this weekend, or last weekend, for the robotics championships. And the last time I was on the campus, well, one of the last times I was on the campus, it was with Mr. Pike, and when we were there, we were shown the overhang that was being propped up by, and I'm not a tradesperson, so I don't know if it was a 2x4 or 4x8 or 4x6 or whatever. Anyway, it was propped up by this little skinny piece of wood. And I went and checked it out, and it's completely redone. It looks great. The school's been painted, and I just wanted to give kudos. And you came in under budget. Congratulations.
Dr. Geary, you look like you want to say something.
So I just want to say thank you for that, but also to get to some of the questions, if you'd like. Specifically, I did want to mention on the pool project at Mar Vista, given kind of our current context, we will be scaling back to only the aquatics piece. At some point, we had come forward to the board around the track and field, and given, again, kind of just our context, that was contemplating potential Prop DD funding, which at this point we will not be counting on, so that project will be scaled down as one. On the Hilltop High track and field, it's a very troubled project from the beginning. I don't think anybody has ever downplayed that. But we're trying to make sure we get to a point where we can complete that with these compliance issues that have been brought to our attention and that are outlined here. On the IT project, or the software piece, that is something that is not necessarily related. That was generated in collaboration with finance, so at this point I really can't speak to that. But again, it's part of a collaboration, so that's my update on. I think I hit on the different questions that were brought up.
Dr. Janney.
Sure. So there was another item, 2 items on the agenda that we pulled at the request of our fiscal advisor because they have more questions. It is not for the PeopleSoft program. It is for an Infor finance module HR system is under Infor. That's the name of the programming. We have TrueCourse, we have Infor, and we have PeopleSoft. And so with the intent of the $1.4 million that comes out of facilities, capital facilities, it is a usable amount, usable fund for implementation of a system that impacts the entire district. And so that's for the implementation piece, not for the ongoing software. So that was a different funding source. That would have been general fund, but we've pulled that item for further discussion. But it is not the PeopleSoft program. It is a program that already aligns with our HR program. If we get that in place, then we'll only have two systems, and they will be integrated because the new system has the capacity to be integrated not only with HR, but with the PeopleSoft at the county.
Thank you.
You want to add anything? No?
That sum it up pretty well? Okay. All right, if I don't have any more questions, we'll entertain a motion for M1.
I'll make a motion for M1 to approve it.
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino? Motion,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
M2?
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
So I have a question regarding the Blue Coast Consulting, which is page 3 of 3. It states phase 2. This is a ratification of $63,000. It's an amendment. I researched the November agenda item that they refer to, and it does not say stage 1. It also states ending date until work is completed. And I then reviewed the actual contract. And on the first page of the contract, it says not to exceed the original amount of $40-some thousand. So I was advised by Ms. Quirk at the beginning of the meeting that this was phase 2. And then she made a reference to the HVAC, which I thought we had already completed, so I'm going to need to confer with her a little bit more. But my point is this. If you look at what was presented initially, and then you look at what was being presented tonight, and if you were to line the two up like it did, it doesn't make sense. Do you see what I mean? If it didn't say phase 1, if it says until it's completed, to me that means completed. And now we have phase 2. So I guess my question is, how many phases are there going to be, if there are going to be any more? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Would
Pulled by
you-
Mr. Tarantino.
Pulled by Mr. Tarantino?
Yes.
Yeah, I just pulled this item because at our last meeting, I believe it was a parent, her name was Mrs. Reynoso, who expressed concerns about the water intrusion at the Bowles Theater on the campus of Bonita Vista High School. And she had a lot of concerns about mold and flooding and the rats and everything else that were in there. And I think she made a statement, I could be wrong, but anyway, she definitely expressed a concern that there was an attempt to cover up the damage that was made from that water intrusion, and it was projected that we weren't going to kind of do anything about it. And so I want to call attention to the Vista Environmental Consulting Company and the item that's before us tonight, which calls for full remediation of the damage that was caused, and the scope of services is outlined in very detailed. So I just wanted to bring that forward to the community that there was no cover-up, I don't think. We went out there, like Dr. Aguirre said, we examined, and this is the end result of that examination. So thank you for that. I wanted to clear the record.
Janaea, can you kind of explain what Mrs. Cheers was talking about as far as from the first phase and what?
Sorry, I can't. Oh, there you go. This is for the Prop 39 project that we have for energy management and savings throughout the district. We have about $9.3 million in its totality. That contract is being actually facilitated through the County Office of Education, how we've done similar projects in the past. They're working closely with maintenance. The first phase was to replace all interior lights throughout the campus. They're going in and doing the bulbs and the ballasts. And second phase is for exterior lights. What's unknown at this point, and they're working it out in terms of the objectives that were originally brought forward to the board were for HVAC and EMS energy management systems to be installed, so they can be tracking those. And those are for existing HVAC units, not the newly installed HVAC units, but replacement of units that are already 15, 20 years old at the end of their lifetimes. They are in the process of the maintenance team in conjunction with the county to do an assessment on, once we get through the lighting, how much money we'll still have available and how far they can get that money in terms of the replacement of units and or installation of EMS. And so it's a numbers game, and it's looking at a pretty saturated market. And so there's some some work that they're going to have to do there. And so we're starting to get into the beginning of that, and then ultimately that will tell us if we have one more phase, two more phases. It's really going to depend on the magnitude of the work. The inspection services that we have up here was for the lighting specific for that contract, and they really didn't know exactly what they were getting into in terms of, they knew that they had some exposure at certain points, especially with the ballast pieces, and so they had done some preliminary work with the inspection company that they're using, and have tracked it in close detail. And actually the data that inspector is using and providing for us in the project is going directly back into the reports that we will be submitting to the state to validate the work that we've done. And so they got through phase one, and now they're at phase two. I can understand and appreciate why it's maybe a little bit confusing, something for us to take note of in the future, but we will be reviewing if we'll use the same IOR services for the next phases, and or if we'll be going out for a secondary contract. We'll just have to review once we get more information from the county and from maintenance in terms of how they're going to move forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion for M2.
So moved.
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, N3.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Okay, so going back to when I worked at Corporate America, Corporation did the same thing you did. They did the inventory, and then they charged the individual sites and the individual department heads to keep track of the inventory that they had inventoried. You following me here? So it was their charge. So I went back to March 27th of 2018, and I see that we paid $169,950. So I would like to applaud Ms. Salkeld for whittling it down. But I'm not understanding why we need to continue to have people to come out to do our inventory. I would think that this would be a prime example of how we could save some money if we were able to charge certain people within departments. If a computer is gone, if a camera is gone for whatever reason, then you just mark it off. There should be a software program within the district that you can use like we used when I worked there at my company. Additionally, I'm not understanding pages 34 and 35, the $109,000, which was the fixed price bid, versus the $156,000 indicated on this page and on page 22 of the RFP bid name. I don't understand where that difference comes in of the 109 versus the 156. And again, I would like to applaud Ms. Salkeld for whittling it down, but would like to respectfully recommend that we look into doing our own inventory. Thank you very much.
No further speakers. It was pulled by Mrs. Hall.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you. My question was, why aren't we doing this in-house? And will we be able to, I mean, I think I know the answer. We have a lot of systems that are all over the place. That's one. We probably don't have the personnel set up to do a tracking of inventory at this time. And it's an annual process that we do as part of it's part of a requirement. It's capital assets. What all does it entail exactly?
It's in accordance with education code that we have to complete an audit, particularly any assets over $500. That's the threshold within the ed code. This is a limited scope in terms of the work that's done. The team goes out, this outside party, and goes to all of our district sites and programs. And given the number of assets that we have, they do review that. We do monitor any unreconciled or disposed of assets. And then we complete the project, and then we have them come back on site. So it's not a ongoing type of inventory process that's anticipated to be done within 3 to 4 months at the most.
So do they?
There's some follow-up with staff.
They have a bar scanner or something that they're scanning different assets?
So that we do scan our asset, yes.
So they go out and, are they scanning stuff?
Correct. If we have a barcode on there, then it's scanned.
So, and then they do like tractors or
vehicles, so we have the buses.
All that.
And
so they don't have barcodes, or they do?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And do they do some kind of depreciation factor in there for you?
Well, that's what we maintain, those books, and we have a higher threshold, and that's done separately.
All right.
Part of our year-end close process.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval. Make that motion for approval. I'll second Frank's. I'm sorry. No.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next is P1.
P12.
P12, I'm sorry.
Pulled by Mrs. Hall.
I have to look and see what it is. Sorry. Okay, I think I have it here. Yes, wrote it on this. How does this differ or affect our prior board policies related to keeping students safe and staff safe and, excuse me, etc.?
So, thank you. Appreciate the question. This is a kind of an extension of those policies. It coalesces all those policies into one location. So you can see a summary there, if you review it, of the 3 policies that you previously approved in November of 2017, I believe. And then there was a resolution right before that. And it looked at federal immigration enforcement on campus, immigrant students, their rights on campus, and a prohibition against voluntary information sharing. So all of those policies are summarized in this new one going forward. The reason one of the reasons we did this is that because of the FPM, some language needed to be included around non-discrimination. And in the 3rd paragraph of the proposed policy, it talks about no student shall be denied equal rights and opportunities, nor be subjected to unlawful discrimination, harassment, intimidation, or bullying. So again, it's just a compilation of all the immigration policies that we took forward, and it satisfies the FPM requirement that this information, again, be collected in this way, and also the non-discrimination language be applied.
So it doesn't replace those?
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
All right.
In addition.
That's all I had.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion for P12.
So moved.
I'll second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, Q2.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
I'd like to begin by thanking you, Mr. Pike. Not very many men can sit there and be taken to task and still be able to interject humor, professionalism, and respect. On behalf of Ms. Dotto and I, thank you very much. I am challenging any action by this board to certify the proceedings in the November 6, 2019 election regarding general obligation bond DD. The financial information, which was allegedly certified by various entities, was based on fraudulent financial data. A major deficit was hidden from the voting communities of Chula Vista, National City, San Isidro, Imperial Beach, Bonita, and San Diego. If the voters would have had any idea of the financial status of the Sweetwater District, they would never, ever have voted for a new bond. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Any comments or questions?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Q6.
Pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
President Pike, my question was answered by Dr. Janney in her superintendent report. I was going to ask if we were using the San Diego District Attorney's trafficking prevention curriculum. And I guess we are one of the 7 districts that are, so that's it.
Okay.
And I move approval.
Second.
Hall?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we come to S, Board Communication. Ms. Hall.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Police.
These past couple months have been kind of crazy. But one thing I did want to mention, I attended the open house for arts, and I had the opportunity to have the students perform there, so they practiced there before they did there. They were fantastic, and some of the scores that they presented were just amazing. I was super impressed, so I just wanted to say that. But hope everybody had a good new year. And thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mr. Segura.
Yes, Mr. Pike, doing a tremendous job, sir.
Thank you.
I'll just be brief. I haven't had a whole lot of time to attend many district functions, quite honestly. I've been real super busy with work and the family and vacation for a week, so that was good. I did go to a event on Tuesday at the Chula Vista, and I invite all the board members to go to the Chula Vista Library on Orange and 3rd.
Yes.
That 3rd. And we partnered the 4th. Okay, the IBW NECA, the City of Chula Vista, SDG&E partnered and have helped create a energy station there, where the students, 6th grade students, go in there, and there'll be thousands of students going there, and they study careers in renewable energy, and actually they actually have tags that, depending on how you got rated, what your suits are, and what what suits your strong suits. And I would just invite everybody to go there. It was it's really well done. They have a really big part of the library, and the students, they build little solar arrays, they build wind turbines, and then and that's not all they do. Then they take it another level and tell you what that's powering, and there was a number of students there that were just eager to let everybody know what they did and why, and some computer programs where they one of the young men that I was speaking to, his thing on the computer was to power his manufacturing plant with a renewable energy, and he picked solar, and he went through the whole process, and then you have to answer some questions, and then they tells you, yep, you're right, and it's really well done. And I think we could do something with that, and I've said it before with Sweetwater, you know, and our middle school, get that, you know, going. They'll be more than happy to collaborate with us. But I would invite all the board members to go down there and check that out. It's really a good job they do there. And that's pretty much it in my report.
Thank you. I have two quick things. Number one, the robotics program. I'm sorry I missed last weekend. I had family plans that we already had made, and I couldn't get away. But I'm still behind them. They're still supporting him, and they supposedly, according to Mr. Tarantino, need some additional support from the board because they're trying to get a grant or some sort of. I'll let Mr. Tarantino talk about it because he was there. And anyways, the last thing I just want to thank all of the staff. You guys are tremendous. You're here all the time. Your eyeballs look as red as mine, and you're going to get up and go to work again tomorrow. So I appreciate your hard work, appreciate all the things you do, and trust me, we're watching and we don't forget. Thank you. Mr. Tarantino.
Yeah, the help that the robotics program needs is they need some kind of board support documentation to apply for the Golden Bell CSBA Golden Bell Award, which is held annually in conjunction with their conference and trade show. So I think our discussion, we have it wired, so that's taken care of. The other thing I want to encourage everyone is to when Dr. Janney reports in her report about the symphony, the kids that created their own symphony piece. If you could put the website and the access code in your report, Dr. Janney, I think everybody should listen to what these young people composed and created in 6 weeks. I mean, it was totally amazing, and it's just amazing the things that kids are able to do. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And I know there's going to be a surprise, but this meeting is adjourned.